到着はお任せください。
All right, hold on. I think I need to reset. Oh, I can get rid of this now. Yeah, there we go. Let's go back to that. All right. We're live. A little bit later than when I wanted to stream, but we're live. I gotta get through the event in Frontline. There's some new stuff in Project Neurocloud. There's a couple new things, so I want to catch up. I want to catch up on some of this. So today's just gonna be like a reading day, honestly. I don't think there's gonna be much in the way of gameplay. Just get through the new things in Project Neurocloud and get through the collab in Frontline. Today should be a pretty chill day. Nope. Should be pretty chill, Okay, there we go. It already feels smoother. That feels better. That'll do.
明けおめ、なんもないよね。じゃあ帰るね。
Alright, oh, I got limited keys in here. 2 days! I don't even know what I would use those on. Huh. Dormitory music in this game is very chill. I think I like this dormitory music better than the Frontline one. Yeah, I think this one's better. I like it. Keep calm and carry on. Man, like that feels so old now. Like that used to be like in every like fucking like office cubicle. I remember. That used to be like every. I made Hana and Antonina roommates. That's kind of cute. Heyo, heyo. Welcome to the Friday stream. I got a lot to catch up in today. Mostly gonna be a reading day. I don't think there's gonna be much in the way of gameplay. Just reading. Get out of here. Oh wow. I never realized that 416 had like a swagger to her walk. She hella does. She like sways her hips when she walks. Damn. So she calls you Shikikan still.
休憩中だろうとセキュリティの責務を忘れてはいけないのに
Yeah, she calls you Shikikan.
あなたのそばにいるときは
You're still the
絶対に
commander.
気を抜いてはダメなんですオアシスが危険だと言ってるんじゃない単なるプロとしてのポリシーですよオアシスの人形にはそれぞれ長所があるここで私の特別さを完璧に発揮できなければすぐに取って代わられてしまうただ強いだけじゃ替えが利かないとは言えないものそうですよね
There's one weird thing about like the dialogue here versus like the text box. I'm not even sure how Mika can fix this other than putting it on auto. But then like everyone has like different reading speeds. But I noticed that for girls like 416 who have like really long like dialogue, they keep talking through their dialogue as if like it's one conversation, but like the player has to click through the dialogue. So, like, if you're like a slow reader, then like the character just keeps talking. But like what they're saying now, it doesn't like coincide with what the text box is. I guess the other way they could also do it would be like just make a really big text box. It may be ugly, but at least like the entire text box is there. I don't know, but
私も同感です。
for some characters it's okay to have the small text box, but for other characters like 416, she kind of like goes on and on. She has like a really big like starting dialogue.
あのアンチども匿名掲示板に
I need to like manually click to go along with the text, but then like I can only do that because I understand Japanese, which kind of ruins the point for a lot of weebs that don't understand Japanese because they wouldn't know when to click.
つうか素顔なんぞとっくにさらしてるっての。それにメイドコスプレだって。あ、そういえば教授って私の配信見たことあったっけ？
So 416 calls you Shiki-Kon, Commander, but Kira here calls you Professor. She calls you Kyo-John because this Kiro is not MDR. Like the MDR that we have in the real world is not this one. So like this version of like her model, she's only ever met you as a professor. So of course she calls you the professor. Whereas 416 will call you Commander. And a lot of players have definitely talked about like what happens to this game. Like do we get like just brand new T-dolls in the base or something? Or do they merge like with their normal counterpart? And as far as spoilers are concerned with Girls Frontline 2, because like I kind of stopped waiting now. Like I kind of don't care anymore, so like now I started to read spoilers. It's like there is literally like no hint of like Project Neurocloud in like Girls Frontline 2 dialogue at all from like what people are saying. I think there's like maybe one mention of like Persicaria, but like not like the Persica scientist, but like Persicaria the AI. And also I did learn like last year that like technically her name is just Persicaria, but like it was a weird like transliteration of her name. So technically on EN at least, we're calling her incorrectly actually. We shouldn't be calling her Persica. We should be calling her Persicaria. Like they actually have the same name. But like it's weird because like they have ways to differentiate between the two in Japanese and Chinese dialogue, but that same differentiation doesn't exist in English. So the best way to do it in English, I guess, was to give her a technically altered name, which is Persica. But then like it should have been backwards then. Like we should have Persicaria, and then the one here in the AI world should be Persica. But like that's kind of like in hindsight though. It's not like they knew this was gonna be an issue. In Chinese, they use different kanji between Persica and Persicaria. So when you read it, they're actually spelled differently. And the same thing too in Japanese. In Japanese, they also use like different different kanji and hiragana or something. I think I think it's a regular hiragana for like the scientist Persica. And then like for Persicaria, I think they're actually using kanji for that. I need to look at the Japanese version again. But in English though, we only have like one way to write letters. So writing the characters differently doesn't work in English. It's different. But yeah, like I understand Japanese, so like I can actually like click through the text at the appropriate speed, but your average weeb won't be able to do that. So it kind of doesn't really work. I don't know.
人と話すの好きじゃない。
Yeah, I'm just gonna go with what everyone else is saying. Like, Project Neurocloud essentially is just a different game that just happens to have like the same characters. Like, it's really hard to put this game within the canon of like Girls Frontline Metaverse because like so far it just doesn't seem like it's canon. despite what Mika may say, like, Mika may say this game is canon, but, like, with how, like, Girls Frontline 1 and Girls Frontline 2 is being structured, though, there's no way this could be canon, because, like, there has been, like, absolutely, like, zero, like, references to, like, the Project Neurocloud thing. And, like, this is not, like, a fucking side mission that, like, Persica gave the commander, right? Like, it would be one thing if, like, this was like a, hey, go in, find some codes, and then, like, come out or something. Or, like, go in and go out. Because the very, like, starting cutscene in Project Neurocloud, it kind of made it seem that way. Like, it's like, oh, like, this is gonna be, like, a quick little sidebar. Like, I just need your help for, like, one teensy little thing. But if we take everything that we've seen so far in Project Neurocloud as, like, you know, canon, and I mean canon within the confines of Project Neurocloud, then the commander has been here for a while. Like, again, if this was, like, just a little side mission, then, like, these seasonal events, these should not even exist then. Like, basically, the commander has lasted here long enough to go all the way to have, like, a fucking Christmas, like, in here. So, yeah. What is the difference between the Neurocloud and GFL? Well, technically, there is no difference. Or at least that's what Mika would tell you. There technically is not supposed to be a difference, but the timeline is wonky. So, like, it doesn't make any sense, actually. So, Mika's kind of like shooting themselves in the foot here. And that's just because they have different writers, though. They have different writers, but also, all three games are running at the same time. So that's also, like, another weird thing, too. So, for all intents and purposes, the individual fandoms between Girls Frontline, Project Neurocloud, and Girls Frontline 2, we're all treating them as separate because that just makes more sense. So, like, yeah, like, it just doesn't go together within the actual timeline. Because, like, these are the same characters. They're the same characters, and, like, they have different memories and stuff. But, like, there's no way this is not important within the Girls Frontline verse, though. If you're talking about Nikkei, well, Nikkei are essentially cyborgs. But these are robots, though. Like, these are actual robots. What about Codename Baker? Codename Baker can exist? Okay, Codename Baker can actually exist because that's away from a separate timeline of Girls Frontline. So, as far as I know for Bakery, I don't think there's any like anything that goes against what we learned in Girls Frontline. It's too far separated. It's too far separated to contradict anything in Girls Frontline. The problem between Project Neurocloud and Girls Frontline and Girls Frontline 2 is there's too much contradiction. There's a lot of contradiction between all three games. And Mika keeps saying that they're all canon. But, like, they can't. They cannot be canon. So, like, there's too much. There's too much shit going on here. So, Mika, I'm gonna just say that you're lying to me. You're lying to me, and this shit ain't canon. At the very least, people have tried to connect the dots between Girls Frontline 1 and Girls Frontline 2. And obviously there is more direct connection because one's a direct sequel. Project Neurocloud happens within Girls Frontline 1. And that's where the problems start to arise. This happens inside of Girls Frontline 1. But yeah. And that sucks though, because I love these characters though. I really do. I love all these characters. But, like, they can't exist in Girls Frontline verse. Not in the way that they've been portrayed anyway. It's like, I feel like Persicaria would just make a whole lot of sense to actually be helpful in Girls Frontline 1, but she doesn't exist there, but she would... Okay, Persica's smart, right? Hey, what's better than one Persica? How about two Persicas? I mean, like, wouldn't that be the smart thing to have, right? Like, just to have two Persicas in the base? But we don't have two Persicas in the base. we only got just the one, because for all intents and purposes, this one doesn't exist. Actually, come to think of it, there's a lot of things in this game where, like, if we were to consider it as canon, we should have this in Girls Frontline 1. In fact, we should be way more powerful in Girls Frontline 1 if we had, like, half of these characters once we got out of Magresi. Yo, DeLacy would be so good to have! Like, she's literally a medic doll. Like, she's an engineer. She's an engineer medic doll. If we had her in Girls Frontline 1, do you know, like, how many problems that would solve? Like, imagine being able to have DeLacy just fucking fix up girls, like, in the battlefield. That'd be so good to have. And yet, we don't have her, or whatever like that. And then also, like, oh man, don't even get me started on, like, the male character. Because I get it, it's Girls Frontline, whatever the hell. It's Girls Frontline. But, like, yo, if we had, like, fucking Python, or, like, if we had, like, Aki in Girls Frontline, that would actually be really good to have. But we don't, because it's Girls Frontline. We're not allowed to have guy characters in Girls Frontline. Devrong is a bit fucked right now. Actually, like, that's what I really like about this game. It gives us more insight about the different companies within the GFL verse. Ultimate Life Holding, Savrog Heavy Industries, and shit like that. Like, I like that. I like seeing the different company backgrounds. Oh, makes sense. There's so much shit that we learned about Kroku in this game and about Savrog Heavy Industries that, like, I feel like that also could have helped the commander as well in GFL. And GFL 2. GFL 2 as well. But it, I don't think. I mean, like, listen, if GFL 1, like, can get us, like, the mech thing that, like, Kroku has, that'd be awesome. It'd be cool if we could have, like, Kroku's mech in GFL 1. But I don't think that's gonna happen. Which is too bad. Which is a little bit too bad. I mean, putting aside, like, the weird, like, crossbow characters or whatever in this game, the magic users, as far as, like, the reeler is concerned, there's still, like, a lot of applications here to have these characters within, like, GFL. I mean, yeah, I get it. Characters like Milao probably don't make sense in GFL because, like, she's a fucking gourmet. Her job is to eat. I don't think that's gonna be very helpful to us in GFL, so that makes sense. I kind of get that part. But, like, you can't tell me that Python would not be useful to have in GFL 1. Like, the dude's probably, like, he'll probably be a 5-star character if he was in GFL 1. Like, canonically, he just seems very strong. And he also seems like he'd be, like, a multi-weapon specialist. So, like, in GFL, we have, like, characters that like, specialize in one weapon. We have assault rifle characters, handgun characters, rifle characters. I feel like Python could be a good character that could be, like, a dual action character. Kind of like RPK, right? RPK is a dual action character. RPK is a machine gun character, and she's an assault rifle character. I feel like Python can be that. He could probably be, like, an assault rifle / rifle character or something. But, you know, we're not gonna get that. Or whatever. You know? Zhang Yin and, like, Nora are, like, fucking novel writers or something. I don't think we're gonna get those in GFL 1. That's probably, like, not useful, like, at all. But, like, we have, like, a lot of medical specialists here in Project Mirror Cloud. I feel like we should actually just have them in Girls Frontline because that would be useful to have. So Florence is a handgun. She's a handgun character in GFL, and she's a stunner, which is kind of weird. But then, like, we just found out right here in Project Mirror Cloud that she's actually a fucking nurse. It's like, why does this bitch even have a gun in GFL? We should just have her just do her regular job. Just make her like a fucking doctor or something. That feels like it'd be way useful to have. I hope at the very least GFL 2 could maybe, like, cross over into Project Mirror Cloud, because maybe it makes more sense to do it in GFL 2 then, since like it's more guerrilla tactics, possibly. I think having Udini would be like really good to have in Girls Frontline 2 actually. In Girls Frontline 1, probably like not so much, but in Girls Frontline 2 though, like you can't tell me that like with the guerrilla warfare in Girls Frontline 2, Undini is like 5 and 1. Like, imagine Undini having an assault rifle and like her little like fucking like helpers, they all got like a handgun or something. Or actually make them something different. So like Undini's the main unit, right? She's an assault rifle, and then like one of them could be like a grenade user. One's a grenade user. One holds like extra ammunition or something. One could be like a medic, and then like one could be like I don't know, like a fucking like tech specialist. Like yeah, Undini's like a fucking squad of 1. That would be so good to have in GFL 2, since like we're doing like you know like backroom door shit and crap like that. But that's me being like way too creative though, and I don't think Mika's gonna be that creative in GFL 2. I also don't like how GFL 2 like relies heavily on gacha. I know a lot of people already compared GFL 2 to Genshin Impact, which makes me sad. But like, I could also understand that like they didn't want to copy GFL 1, I guess. I don't know. But like, how come they couldn't just copy like Project Neurocloud then? I guess they had to copy Genshin Impact because it makes money, which is sad, but that's business for you though. That's how business works. I also am like a little bit pessimistic on like whether or not we're actually gonna get an ending in Project Neurocloud. I feel like we're just gonna get like a fucking EOS one day, and then like the commander is gonna be stuck in here in Aggressive forever or something. Or like they're like really just kind of like fast track the ending or something. I'm also really pessimistic too in that like they're just gonna like wipe everyone's memories if we ever do get an ending. So like me being attached to these characters won't matter then. Like if they speedrun the ending, it'll be all like, oh, the commander like finds a way to hook back up to like the Griffin server, and then like he brings out all the AIs to the Griffin server. And then like the one downside though is that like everyone's memories get wiped. So like all the adventures that we've had, and like also like the dates too, like the dates that we got on with the girls and shit like that, like it's gone. Like we're not gonna remember, they're not gonna remember this either. So like we're gonna have like one final party where like the characters are all gonna be all like, oh professor, like you changed my life, I'm never gonna forget you and shit. And then like, you know, they forget him because that's just how it works or whatever like that, which is gonna be really sad. Yeah, I'm hella pessimistic about the ending for Project Neurocloud. I mean, like, I'm still playing it, so for now, like, I'm just gonna enjoy the ride. But like, yeah, I'm not looking forward to like whatever downer ending that they're gonna give this game. I just feel like they're gonna hand wave this game to like not exist, basically. I think this game has gone on for way too long, basically. There's a lot of hand-wavy things they could do about this game, like timeline-wise, to like try and make it make sense in GFL verse, and like I just don't think any of them were good. At least the ones I thought. Where's the... Oh, here we go. Alright. I'm really thinking about whether or not I want to buy the Udini pack. It's so cute. I already bought her idol costume though, so like to buy a second costume for Udini is kind of a waste of money, I feel, but like it's really, really cute. And then I also love the Kira one too as well. At the very least, I think I'm getting the Kira one. Yeah, I believe I'm getting the Kira. Oh shit, I can't get both. Okay, I have to think about this now. Now I actually have to think about this. I can't get both. I don't have enough quartz. Well, I might be able to get the second one if like if I can like wait long enough for like a good quartz pack to come out during the Steins Gate collab. And apparently it got pushed back, which I don't know the full story behind that, but I guess the Steins Gate collab got pushed back a bit because like they took out the mini game in the Explorer section. So something happened there. Something happened with this, and like the mail thing said that it got pushed back. I don't know what's going on with that. Oh, the mail's gone. All right, the mail's gone now. But it said that it got pushed back, so I don't know what to expect. But I guess the Steins Gate was supposed to happen now, and now it's not happening. Oh, not that one. That's the Lily costume. That's the April Fool's costume. That's a regular one. There's the Chinese outfits. I really do like this. But man, did I fall in love with Kiro's story though. Not Kiro, with Undini's story. Undini had a great like intro story. But also like idol costume though. So idol costume or maid cafe. Like, oh god. They're just both so good though. I think idol costume kinda like wins out slightly here. Oh, but this one's good too! Yeah, oh god. It's like I would have to like go back and forth between the two, since you can't have dupes in this game. You can have dupes in Girls Frontline, but you can't have dupes in this one. I don't get why she has horns here. Well, what's with the horns? I guess she's supposed to be like a devil. But then she's saying yeah though. So like, I feel like she's meant to be like a cat girl or something, but she's saying, welcome back, Master Nya. Number 1 maid cafe. He's wearing the Akihira K maid outfit with a pair of devil horns. Perhaps this is a friend to her impish side. I'm sorry. It was an accent. I promise to do better next time. Yeah. I don't know, like, I'm being conflicting information here between the devil horns and the Nya. Like, she's meant to be a cat girl. But the thing here is that she's supposed to be wearing devil horns. Okay, wait. Before I make my decision, I need to... Alright, Kroku. I know how much of a fucking introvert you are. I'll take you out of the room then. I already know you're very much an introvert. Yo, I didn't realize Undini was such a short stack. Like, she has like way bigger booba than I thought she would have. Because she's definitely shorter than like a lot of the other girls in the game. She is so much shorter. Oh my god. Like, the fucking clicky interaction, depending on like where you click in this game, it's definitely better than Girls Frontline, but it's not quite as good as Azure Lane, from what people have told me. Like, Azure Lane's got like really good clicky spots. Project Neurocloud's like in the middle though. Project Neurocloud is better than Girls Frontline, but it's not as good as Azure Lane. Because we got some good ones here in Project Neurocloud. I know that I can tug on fucking like on fucking like Eos's back, her fucking string thing here, which is pretty sexy. Or right here. Here we go. See? You can tug on it. You can tug on the fucking back part right there. I'm pulling on her fucking like dress bag, and she's just playfully like flirting with the professor.
早めにお休みになられては整備もせずに 夜も
And then
働
like
くん
with
ですか
Antonina, you could literally just take off her jacket. Boom, no jacket.
どうしたんですか教授人形のメンタルコードの定期検査でもしておきます
They make Antonina seem like a tomboy, but then she actually like wears girly outfits though.
早めにお休みになられては
And then I know that for Undini's like reindeer outfit, you can actually like remove her stockings, which I don't have. Also because I'm not a fan of like the whole reindeer aesthetic here, but I know that like people have uploaded video on like YouTube and like Nickadoga and shit. I know that like if you like tap and hold or whatever, and you like drag her stocking, you can actually take off her stocking. Which is pretty awesome. I'm definitely gonna buy quartz in this game, because right now, surprisingly, none of the packages in Girls Frontline they entice me. I'm waiting for another good quartz package, and I feel like we're definitely gonna get a quartz discount when the Steins Gate thing happens. Right now, I don't think there's anything going on right now. I don't see any good quartz packages going on. 1,510 for 26. No. There's definitely going to be a better one for Steins Gate. So I just got to hold out. I just got to hold on until Steins Gates happen. Which I should have time then, because I got like a month. I got like a month and a half for this. So like, if I really do want to get both these costumes, I should be able to, because we gotta get Steins Gate by next month, right? Like, we don't have to wait that long. So we should definitely be able to get it. Welcome back, Master. Yeah, the customers are flocking to Oasis' #1 maid cafe. Only a maid with unique disposition can master this jet black ensemble, inspired by the depths of the message boards. Shit, I can't make sense of this maid training manual. I have to meow like a cat, make heart signs with my hands, and what's all this about tarot cards? Damn it, this is such a pain. I think I'll post on the board instead. Oh my god, is that Uno? That's Uno! That's not tarot cards. I think you opened the wrong card pack, Hero. Oh, you guys know the meme about like how Uno's like regular rules, like you're actually not supposed to stack like the +4s and shit. You're not supposed to be able to stack +4s and +2s. But like, I guess that was such an ingrained like house rule that like everyone does it. So like even the online version, like, you know how like the Xbox meme, you have Uno on your Xbox and shit? Like, that's like the most common version of Uno everyone plays. And like, that one lets you stack. That lets you stack and shit. And then Uno's also on PlayStation. PlayStation also has Uno as well, which is the same game, I think. But yeah, and Steam. Doesn't Steam also have the same Uno game? 99% of the time, I'm gonna give a shit about official rules. I remember too, like, they even tweeted about it as well. Like, the official Uno, like, Twitter even was telling people that, like, you're not supposed to stack, like, Uno, like, the Uno +4s or whatever. But then it's like, if we're not supposed to stack it, then how come your fucking games have it, you know? Why do the video game versions have it? So, like, the rule set, no matter how much, like, it wasn't in the original rule set, it's here now. It's here, and people are gonna play with it. Oh, same thing too with Monopoly. You know how, like, in Monopoly, like, the free parking space, like, people always put money on free parking, and then, like, when you land on the free parking space, you get, like, the money or whatever. Like, you get, like, the lottery and shit. That's not a rule. But that was like a house rule that everybody played with. So like, so now the video game versions of Monopoly have that rule, that optional rule where like, every time like somebody would have to give money to the bank, they don't give money to the bank, it goes in like a pot or something. And then like, if you land on free parking, you get the pot. You get like all the money that the bank would have gotten or something. Which, actually, like, I can understand why the efficient rules of Monopoly don't want that to be a thing. Because the whole point of Monopoly is to, like, bankrupt the other players. So, if you're letting people, like, win the lottery on free parking, you are essentially making the game take longer. Because, like, you're giving, like, free money to other players. So, Monopoly kind of makes sense. You don't want there to be extra money in the game. I decided on maids. I have decided. It's maids. Alright, I'm just gonna have to wait for another quartz package to come out. Alright, goodbye, idle version. We go in maids now. We maiden. We maiden. Oh my god, she's so cute. Oh my god, that was adorable. Oh my god, Dr. Pepper! Sponsored by Dr. Pepper! That is Dr. Pepper. Alright, what can I click on? Now to figure out, like, what I'm allowed to click on. What am I allowed to click on? Finding out what you're allowed to click on is like half the battle. Where's the... Alright, here we go. Alright, let's see. Not the horns? No? Oh, oh, oh! Oh! Oh, 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 oh. Oh shit. I was not expecting that. Oh. Oh, the butt! Oh, that's what happens when you click the butt. Oh damn, yo, that's spicy. Oh. Itadakimasu! Itadakimasu. Yo, why does her little drummer side chick, why does she have so much ass? She does. She actually has like a lot of ass. Let me see. Anything else I could click on? No. No. There's a lot of Antonina's costumes tend to have like a lot of sexual harassment in it. Like, you can like tug on her clothes and shit for Antonina. Okay, so it's not Undine. I know that there's another girl where like her legs are kind of like in this position, and you could actually spread her legs apart. I'm not even joking. Which I guess Undine's not one of them. But there is definitely another girl whose legs you can spread out. I know that sounds really bad. But remember guys, they're AI, they're robots. They don't have rights, alright? They don't have rights. Okay, that's fine. You know what? Like, I wonder if this is because of, like, the base coding for Girls Frontline, but, like, now that Project Mirror Cloud is here, it's like, I could definitely say with confidence that the costumes in this game are definitely higher quality than in Girls Frontline. So it makes me wonder if Girls Frontline can't have high quality costumes because the code is just that bad or something. Like, these are way better. It's not like an artist thing too, because like both the games like share the same artist. So it's not like the artist is like doing worse in Girls Frontline. So it's gotta be like a Girls Frontline issue then. These are way better than in GFL. Like basically, like, you know what I'm thinking? I'm thinking it might be like a layering issue. Like, you know what my theory is? I think Girls Frontline has like a layer limit. So like in Girls Frontline, the artists have like less to work with. Like, they can't have like as many like options because the game's coding just can't take it or something. Whereas like in this game was made later, so like obviously they didn't do shit with the coding, so the artists can do a lot more here, which is why they do a lot more, because you're able to make it a lot better. Anyway, I just gotta wait until Project Miracle. I gotta wait until Steins Gate. Alright, Persicaria. Let's get you out of those medic clothes. Let's put you into this into like this combat uniform. Do you wish to enable divergence? Hell yeah. Oh yeah. Divergent program installation complete. Persicaria, how do you feel? Oh my god, she looks so good. It's just like back then. I feel very good. Though there are a few instabilities when realizing operants. I should be able to deal with it after adapting. Howdy, howdy. Welcome to the Friday stream. Phew. Yeah, the compatibility from the readouts look good, too. Finally, we're done. Take your time adapting. Don't try to force it. Repurposing the override program for actual combat won't be as easy as expected. It's alright. I'll make the most of my time until I fully master the strength. If I can use these new powers outside the operant black hole, I'm sure it'll be a big help to everyone. So, what are you guys talking about? Hey, Professor! When did you get here? I just arrived. Hey, don't look at me like that. I really just passed by. Did I interrupt anything? No, you didn't. We were just waiting for the right time to tell you about them. We were developing a new kind of arms technology with Kroku's help, and it's almost complete now. We got the idea from we were analyzing Yasa's fragments. I told you, right? No matter how crazy your plans are, I always help you find the most effective way to realize them. The operant supply within the override program, the combat experience inside the fragment, and your will. That's my gift to you. Get ready for it, Persicaria. CQB module. Mirror connection confirmed. Combat operant module allocation adjusted. Newer projection improved. Experimental operant prefab device MK2 improvements complete. Weapon cluster altered. Back then, we used the override program to make a weapon module for Persicaria, so she could get to your side ASAP and keep you safe. After that, I thought that if I could use that combat mode inside the data fragment, then in theory, I should be able to use it in live battle too. So after that incident, I asked Kroku and Antonina to analyze the settings for the override program, and my compatibility with it. You know what? Like, Kroku is also like an engineer. Like, I feel like that would also be useful in Girls Frontline 2. Like, not everybody needs to be a combat unit. Like, sometimes we could just use a medic, and other times we could just use someone just to build shit, you know? Did you know how much you were abusing the actual inventor of the arm system? I had to pull so much overtime to nail down the theoretical basics that I nearly crashed. There was a mountain of issues which needed debugging. Can you imagine, like, having, like, robot scientists in the lab trying to cure cancer, and, like, they start to overheat, and they just crash or something? It's like, guys, like, we can't find a way to engineer, like, this new building. Let's get the robot engineers to work on it. And then the robot engineers couldn't figure it out either. and they all just like broke down or something. It's like, well, shit, if the robot engineers can't do it, I guess it's impossible. This also makes me wonder if sometime in the future, like, we really will have like robot scientists and like robot engineers, and like they'll be better than human scientists and engineers because like they can like continue to like calculate shit like without rest and shit, you know? Like, a human needs to eat and sleep, and a human needs time to like decompress. The robot though, the robot can kind of like just keep on calculating, and the robot can think like way faster than a human can. It's like, would we even need like robot engineers and scientists in the future anymore? Or like maybe the definition would change. It's like we would need like a human person to come up with an idea, and then the robots can put it into motion, you know? So like a human scientist would just come up with the idea of, hey, let's cure cancer, and then like the robot medical scientist could actually do it, but the human scientist was the one that came up with the idea. Or like same thing too with video games. Like, what if like video game development also became like that, where it's like you have like an idea person, it's like, I want to make like an RPG game, and I want the theme to be based around like wizards, but like they cast magic with their blood or something, and then like they're like got like a programmer robot, and they actually like make the game real or something, you know? Like, imagine if that's like how indie development would be in the future. So like, you have an indie developer, he comes up with the idea, and then like he goes on his computer and like he talks with like his fucking AI waifu, right? Like, he's like, guys or girls, I want to make a game or something, and then like his computer like does the art, his computer like does the programming, and then like he play test it, and then he says like it's not good, change a few certain parameters, and then they do it again or something. Maybe that's the future of like game development or something. Which means that like we won't need like AAA companies anymore. All games in the future will be technically indie development, because like everything will be done via like AI. So like you don't need like giant companies anymore to spend like, you know, like $50 million to make the next Final Fantasy game. You just need one guy with a really good computer to make like Final Fantasy 20 or something, you know? Which sounds bad, but I don't think it'll be that bad though. Because now everybody can make a game. And then like the game could actually have like full voice acting, and like it could actually be programmed well with like a few glitches or something. I don't know. I don't think it would ruin human creativity at all. It would just give like people that can write the ability to actually like put their ideas into motion. I don't know. And then like I still think there'd be a market for people to do things the old-fashioned way. So like you would go to like a Discord, right? You go to like a Discord game, a game server Discord, and like patents would be whack in 2060. Like you go to a Discord and it'll be all like, guys, I want to make a game the old-fashioned way. So I'm looking for anyone that wants a voice act, and I'm looking for artists that don't use AI drawings. Like, I'm looking for human artists that draw with their hands or something like that. I do feel like there would be a market. There would be a market for like old school games developed the old school way with humans and not with AI. So that'd be like two different ways to make a game now. One is with AI and one is with full people, you know? Because you know what though? Like, it's been what, like 2 years, right? It's been 2 years now since the whole like AI drawing debacle happened. AI is getting pretty good. Like, even I have to admit, some of the AI is getting pretty good now. They still don't do hands that well though. Hands are still kind of whack though. Hands and feet are still kind of whack. And I believe for porn drawings, actually, it's still kind of bad too. Like, I think they still don't get like penises and vaginas right and shit. And I think I saw like a couple porn drawings where like the prompts you gave it still gave the chicks like weird boobs or something. So we're still not there yet. We're not there yet. Might need to give it like a couple more years, but I wouldn't be surprised if it actually got good enough that like you could make a game with it. Which has been my idea since like 5 years ago, to make like a full AI game. Except, you know, obviously the technology wasn't there back then. maybe if I give it like another 10 more years, maybe I can just put in fucking prompts and it would just make me a game. All you need is a good computer. That'd be like your only bar for entry. So you spend like $2,000 to make a good server computer, to make a good like AI home computer, and then that way that computer could just host your AIs and things like that. And then you could just give the AI prompts or something. You could have like a $500 laptop for personal use, but you could have like a $2,000 home server for like AIs. Yeah, thank you, Roku. I'm very grateful to you and Antonina for your efforts during this time. In any case, we managed to finish up the weapon suit. Now it's up to how I adapt it. No need to be so formal. I was actually pretty impressed with my own work. How does the sword feel? I made a few modifications on it to suit your habits and neurocloud resonance. That's... It's Soul's sword. Oh no! In memory of Soul. Oh, that's so sad. Guys, Soul's dead. She's not coming back. She's gone. Soul's dead. I like that Persica keeps her ring though, because like this ring always seemed like it was a big part of like her combat uniform. So I'm glad that the ring is still here. You wonder how many sectors like Burbank sectors are out there? Well, apparently there was a lot of sectors. Like a lot of those sectors are dead now, of course, but apparently there was a lot of these sectors. Like, you know how like the art sector was small, and then like that's why they got gentrified and shit, because like they were just a small sector that didn't have a lot of operants. Because like the art sector was closer to the Oasis than like the fucking like, you know, like the Turing sector was. But like the art sector didn't have operants to give us though, so we skipped it. Because back in chapter 1, right? Remember in chapter 1 we were looking for operants or something? We were only looking for big sectors. So like even though technically there were sectors next to us, we skipped them. And then we went to the we went to like the AI sector, right? Because they actually had operants that they could spare it. Well, like based on like what they said in chapter 0, there should be a sector like literally for like every company out there. Like every company should just have like their own like little like home server. And actually, come to think of it, that's basically how they do the internet nowadays. We've seen this. We've seen like how they do it in both like the DJ Max collab, as well as the Gunslinger Girls collab. Like the internet has become so much more sophisticated in GFL-verse, and like in those collabs, the commander goes in like the Gunslinger Girls server, he finds them, and then he brings them out. And then like in the DJ Max one, like our T-Dolls, they find a random game server. They find like a random game server that was kind of like abandoned. And then like they find some like really old ass Korean rhythm game. And then like it's still alive somehow. And then like they pull those AIs out. Which, like, it's kind of weird actually that like the girls would just pull out some random AIs and be like, Commander, can you make these AIs real? And then the commander just says, sure, why not? Like, I already have like the fucking Valhalla girls, like, real. I guess I might as well just bring out some more T-Doll, custom-made T-Dolls. Like, Avier must love the commander then. Because I can't imagine how expensive it would be to make those custom-made T-Dolls. The commander would be all like, yo, like, Avier, can I talk to you? And then Javier would be all like, alright, just give me the blueprints. Like, Javier already knows. Javier doesn't even need the full explanation. Like, he's just like, alright, I know that you just want, like, another custom-made doll. It's like, well, actually, and I had, like, 3 custom-made dolls. And Javier's like, ka-ching! Sure thing, Commander! I'll get you 3 custom-made dolls. And just because I like you, I put this shit on rush order. So like, just tell me like how big booba you want, and I'll make them. I'll make them for you. Although, okay, so I know that collabs are like only like semi like canon because you know collabs can't be canon, of course. But come to think of it though, wouldn't it be actually illegal to make T-dolls of like the Valhalla girls though? Because the Valhalla girls are like real people, and like I distinctively remember that being a law in GFLverse that like you're now allowed to make a T-doll like based on a real person, and yet the commander did. Because like we have Jill, we have Alma, and we have Diana, but like they're based on real people. I'm pretty sure the commander broke a few rules there, but I guess Javier must have hooked him up though or something. Like it's a little bit easier for the DJ Max girls because like at least the DJ Max girls are just AIs, so he could get like a fucking custom AI for that one. But I don't think he was allowed to do the Valhalla girls. And then the Gunslinger girls, they used to be based on real people, but the Gunslinger girls are dead, technically. So the Gunslinger girls are okay too. But yeah, the commander has like a lot of custom made. The original weapon I used in the neurofragment was the override program itself. It wasn't really affected by the form of the weapon that it took. And they're made for military service, they aren't cheap either. Exactly. Exactly. They're made to actually fight. But in actual combat, I needed something that was the most suitable weapon for me. Something special to me. If I'd been my old hesitant self, I'm sure I'd be hiding within my comfort zone, not daring to take a step forward. But after all this time, and losing all those precious friends, I finally realized something. In order to not lose anything again, in order to keep protecting things that are important to me, I can't let myself be bound by the past. I need to take up my sword and move on, step by step. Persicary. I'm going to carry on Soul's will, protect the people that are precious to me. Just like how we only made it this far because we had her, so too will we forge forward in the future. And that's why it has to be the sword. It is a flame, but it would never burn me, because I'm no longer lost. And I will continue moving forward as my friends walk. You're really different from how you used to be, Persicary. Huh? Sorry. It's a good thing. Okay, I get it. Ahem. That's enough heartfelt confession time for now. So, Persicaria, how are you feeling? Your data seems to have stabilized. Ah, yes, it does feel much smoother to use now. Good. This is a module that connects directly to your NeuroCloud's base combat logic. Frankly speaking, I don't dare to be fully confident in my skills. But judging by the looks of things, this complete combat system overhaul seems pretty stable. We might be able to use it in more places in the future. Although it's not quite the armored Valkyrie look I was hoping for, this is pretty good too. Still, don't get too excited. We finished the basic adaptation process, but you got a long way to go before mastering it and using it on the battlefield. Persicaria, are you ready for that? I'll give it everything I have. This time, I would not let Destiny take anything else from me. Alright, cool. Initiate divergence. Clear algorithm collections 2 times. Submit 4,000 digicoin. If I remember right too, with like the Puritas sector, the art sector, like I think even like the fucking merchants stopped going there too. So like they were really like just not getting like any operatives. So that's why like the Puritas sector was so desperate for like they were more desperate for operants than like the Oasis was. Because digicoins is essentially operants. I give all my paycheck. So this is how sharp the sword can be. What's this? Divergent data sample. Ah, okay. Oh, she looks so good. Oh my god, she looks amazing.
索敵中。ターゲットを確認。相当準備開始。
I kind of wish there was like a music selector for like this combat stage thing. I forget what's it called. But like it's only been like the same song for like almost the entire game so far. I kind of feel like we should have like a song changer. I know that like I can technically just fucking like mute my game and play my own music, but you know, it's nice to just be able to like do it within game too, you know. Well, I didn't have to do it like this. I don't have to do it like this. I could just go in the options. I could just go in the options to turn off BGM, but you know, I don't want to do that.
索敵中。この剣、こんなに鋭かったのね。
Oh, she looks so cool. I like how she doesn't even like wield like the bow. Like the bow is kind of like hovering there, and it kind of shoots on its own. I kind of like that. Sucks update win, Mika. Yo, we already got the O system. We got that, and also like they seem to heavily imply like in future. Like I've been semi spoiled on this, but they seem to imply like in future events that like Persicaria and the professor get even closer with each other. So like if you thought they were close now, it gets better apparently. At least for them, it gets better. And apparently not just Persicaria, Antonina as well? Like, Antonina is also a waifu? Like, Antonina is like very tsundere though. She's very tsundere, so like she doesn't want to admit it. And like, Antonina like doesn't want to NTR Persicaria. Because I think everybody in the Oasis, I think everybody like ships Persicaria and the Professor. But like, Antonina is also like pretty tsundere as well. Oh, that is a sweet animation. I need to go through the list again to like think about like which of like the AIs actually like really legitimately like have a crush on the commander professor. Because there's a few. There's actually a few that like actually really do like the commander professor, other than Persicaria. And I don't mean like in like the lusty kind of way either, because like Florence wants to fucking like bang the professor, but Florence is also like just like a sexual deviant anyway though. So Florence would bang anybody actually, anybody with a fucking hole. So Florence kind of doesn't actually care. Florence swings both ways anyway. Florence is like fucking pansexual. Like Florence, like human, robot, guy, girl. Florence doesn't care. Florence will bang anybody. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter for Florence. I think Angela also really likes the professor as well though. I believe Angela is amongst the girls that likes professor. If it breathes. Oh my god, new mech waifu. Jinghan? New mech waifu?
より広大な世界を探索しよう。
Holy shit. Holy shit, that's a big mech. That's a huge mech.
この剣こんなに鋭かったのね
It's white, so that makes me think Paradias. But like, I probably shouldn't be thinking Paradias here though. But it's white though.
溶岩キャノンの威力を味わう
Holy shit. Yo, she's a space? She's a space T-doll?
隊列を整えて損傷状況の
Yo, we gonna get like space warfare and shit, like in GFL2? Imagine going to space in GFL2.
より広大な
Well, okay, I'll definitely say that like, as far as like Mika games are considered, Mika is the name of the company, by the way. So like they have like 3 major games. They're like in circulation right now. Girls Frontline, Girls Frontline 2, and Project Nerdcloud.
より広大な
One of the jokes that people often make about Mika is that like it's game second and visual novel first, because their events are
隊
like
列を整えて
they're
損
like
傷状況
fucking
の報
very
告を
wordy and shit. It's also like a little bit outdated, which a lot of people will admit. Like the storyline's like not voiced at all. So like as long as you don't mind reading, there's a lot of story to be had. Like if you want something like obviously a lot more modern, then there's Nikkei. You know, and Nikkei, everything's like fully voiced. Well, not the side event, but the main story is fully voiced, and like the major events are voiced.
未来への道を切り開く
And then Nikkei just has like a higher like budget. Nikkei is a lot more mainstream, and they got like the budget to actually like be more
こ
mainstream.
んなに鋭かった
Mika is still relatively considered a smaller company, so a lot of Mika games probably like don't hold up for a lot of people. I believe like they're still really
より
considered.
広大
Like if you want something more mainstream, also I guess Asia Lane is also considered more mainstream as well. Also, it would depend on like how many gacha games you can play. I remember seeing like fan art that people drew of like playing like too many gacha games and shit. So it's like, well, the joke is like you're a commander, you're like a producer, you're a sensei, commander, producer, sensei, horse trainer, or whatever like that. Like, there's so many different things.
この剣
Blue Archive, right? Isn't Blue Archive like mainstream now as far as like gacha games is concerned?
隊列を整えて損傷状況の報告を
I think I remember like a lot of people do say that Blue Archive has like a lot of lolly characters in it. So like you may not like the lolly characters in Blue Archive if that's not your thing.
この剣こんなに鋭かったのね
Depends on you. Depends on you. Nobody reads an AL. They just watch and listen to the waifus talking and flirting. I could never get into the gameplay of AL. Like, I gave AL a try like on stream like a long time ago, like when the game was brand new, and I just couldn't enjoy the gameplay. And of course, like the gameplay would be something that I would do every day if I did get into it. So like, if I didn't mildly like the fucking daily grind, I was not gonna play it. Like, it doesn't matter like how good the art is. And trust me, the waifus in AL is top notch. Like, I do enjoy the art from AL, but I don't like the game yet, so I'm not gonna play it. Who's your favorite T-doll? Who's my favorite T-doll? Yours is AA12. Sister versus Hell. If you like AA12, she's in here. She's in here, and she's actually really good. She's actually a melee character in this game. So AA12 is in here actually. But yeah, my favorite T-doll, it's definitely 416. 416 is my T-doll waifu.
隊列を整えて損傷状況の報告を
I have like 4 dupes of like 416 in Girls Frontline, and each one has a different costume. And then you can bet your ass that when 416 got in this game, I was all over that. I do like that this game also kind of like gives us like other kinds of dolls that are not combat dolls. Like we got like archaeologist dolls. We have like fucking like chef dolls and shit. We have civilian doll. We have like more civilian dolls in this game. So I kind of like the more lore. I like seeing more lore in the GFL verse. We got like babysitter T-dolls or whatever. Scientist T-dolls. I guess I technically should not say T-dolls because they are not T-dolls. They're just dolls, I should just say. Undini is a marching band doll. And then like she comes with like 5 with like 4 other like little helpers. Like that's interesting. Like the story behind some of these AIs is very interesting. Like from a human perspective. Like Luna is a fucking a star divination doll or something because people still believe in fortune telling in the future. So that's also very interesting as well. Like somebody paid millions of dollars to make a fortune telling AI in the future, and then they made that into a robot, you know. V is a surgery. She's a surgeon doll. Like that's cool too. I like that. In Girls Frontline, all the girls technically like lost their memories. Like they get mind wiped when they join Griffin. So like they don't know who they are anymore. I know that in some of the night chapters, some of the T-dolls, they do say that they might have like a little bit of memories when they used to be a civilian doll, but they don't remember too much though. Like I remember Wa 2000. Wa 2000 says she actually has a little bit of memories from when she was still like a regular doll, but she doesn't have a lot of memories though, because they all got mind wiped. I believe MP5 also has like a little bit of memories too. Yeah, Python is a military instructor. So Python's definitely from the military. And actually, wouldn't you consider Kroku also technically like not a civilian doll? Like Kroku was like an engineer, like Savrong Heavy Industries. Maybe like not civilian doll, but maybe like workforce doll. Maybe that's another way to put it. Like she's the middle ground. Like someone like Kroku would be like in between civilian, but in between like not military or whatever. Same thing for Persica. Like Persica would be like a very important scientist doll or whatever. Like in the middle, like right in the middle. Actually, I don't like 416's inclusion in this game from a lore standpoint, honestly. Like, even though 416 is my waifu, I actually hate that she's kind of in here because like it makes the storyline even more like contradictory when you're trying to like piece everything together. Like, I feel like 416 should not be here at all. Honestly, I view 416 more as a collab character in this game. Like, 416 is this game's collab with GFL, basically. I just don't think she should be here. And as far as I'm concerned, 416 is actually not in here because 416 hasn't shown up in the main story. And I don't think she will show up in the main story. Until the main story acknowledges 416, I'm just going to consider her a collab character. Like, do you know what would make this game even more fucky from like a storyline standpoint? if they actually add in like anyone from like Anti-Rain, or if they add in like more characters from Team 404, that would make the storyline like really bad. It'd be even worse if they added in like Dandelion or something. Dandelion or like RPK, like anyone from like Team Defy or something. Like that would be terrible for this game's story. I'm waiting on that Angela Almond script, Mika. I like Angela, but Angela's been power corrupt though. We just got like better characters now. Why is nobody dying? Space Traveler. Yo, astronaut T-Doll. Oh, you know what? Wait, like, you're telling me that they can even afford to make like astronaut T-Dolls when like the Earth is all fucky? This kind of feels like a waste of resources to me, not gonna lie. Like, the Earth is still like, has like radiation poisoning and shit. Like, there's zombies everywhere in GFL 2, and like, the government is still like heavily corrupt and shit. I am surprised that they were able to spend millions of dollars to send T-Dolls out in space. There's so much like fucking terrorist bullshit in GFL 2. Oh, what just happened? Oh, why is everyone dying? Oh, wait. I was not. Oh, I don't think I could win this. Oh. I might need to actually think about this now. Except I died too fast, though. I was not paying attention. I was legitimately not paying attention. I was kind of just clicking on shit. Oh. I might need to restart. I feel like I need to restart. I thought this was going to be a free win. I just thought I would just win automatically, but I guess not. Oh, I think I need to restart. I think I have to restart. This is not working. Fuck me. All right, wait. Okay, wait, I actually need to pay attention now, because I absolutely was not paying attention. I was also like just picking up like random cards and shit, because I just thought like this would be easy. Okay, I am not allowed to also use my own T-Dolls. Okay, so I have to stick. I have to stick with this group. Okay. Also, like, flexible strategy is probably better then. I actually like teleport people out of the way. Okay, so Persicaria also is no longer a healer. So, DeLacy is our healer, which is kind of fucked. Because DeLacy is not really a healer, actually. DeLacy is not a healer. DeLacy is a buffer that part-times as a healer. DeLacy wants you to think she's a healer, but she's really more of a support buffer. Alright, let's try this again. Okay. I'll put you over here. Alright, this should be fine. Okay, for every instance, guards take 10% damage, backlashes increase. At the start of battle, medics heal the ally with the lowest HP. I'll go with the guard. I'll go with the guard thing. Okay, I'm actually like paying attention now. Guards taunt the enemies furthest away. I'll take that one. Turn off all the ultimates right now. Alright, I got Jin's healing thing from like that from the purple. It's like that's like not the best healing thing I could have gotten, but I'll take it though. I got the Jin. I got the Jin healing. After killing a non-neutral unit, warriors supply stacks of nuclear overflow. Let me see. Nuclear provides additional skill life steal for allies. Warriors add stacks of bleed. I'll take the bleed. I'll take the bleed. Normal attack lands increase own attack and hash rate by whatever. Sure. Alright. I want to go down because the specialist thing ain't gonna do shit for me. And also like this one's a pink, but I do want the advanced zone. So I guess I have to go up there. I want the advanced zone for the protocol, honestly. I kind of like that the end of Persicaria's, like, her lab coat or whatever, like, it's like in rag. It's like burnt out or whatever. I kind of like that. Okay, yeah, that's worthless to me. Yeah, I kind of like that. Like the bottom of her lab coat, like it's like burned out. That's kind of cool. Kind of cool. Evelyn. I still don't like Evelyn's like super, cause like her super seems weird. It like puts all your dolls in like a cage or something. I haven't been able to like understand like how to actually utilize Evelyn's super. I like the pew pew from like Persicaria's attack now. Lots of pew pew pew. Very lasery. A lot of lasers. Yeah, it is a ranged warrior because like V would be our first ranged warrior, I believe. Yeah, Persicaria is ranged. I'll take. Because she uses like a bow and arrow, which I mean she's not really using the bow and arrow, but we'll just pretend she's using the bow and arrow. It looks like going based off the animation, the bow and arrow like shoots up, and then the arrows come down. So it's more like a secondary attack. And then like her main attack, she shoots lasers. I'm a firing my lasers. Also, if you go by the animation, like, she uses the bow to, like, shoot, like, a giant, like, laser cannon, like, at her enemies. It's basically like Gundam. She's using, like, a giant, like, Gundam beam or something. Which seems kind of OP. But then again, so does Fresno, though. Fresno also shoots, like, a giant, like, light beam at her enemies. Oh, no. Did I just get, like, the fucking Emotep super? Ugh. Why is her super so common? I swear, like, honestly, like, almost all the time, whenever, like, I do, like, a fucking advanced zone, they always give me the fucking Emotep super. It's like, it wouldn't be that bad if, like, the fucking doll in question didn't, like, go to sleep for, like, all those... Oh my god, for 8 whole seconds? God damn. Yo, 8 seconds is a long time, man. That's a long time to be falling to sleep. I find, too, that, like, whenever I get to a point where, like, I actually have to use Emotep super, it means, like, I was already losing in the first place. I'm using it now just to use it. Chelsea! I don't mind Chelsea super. I should be using probably like the healing properties of like the heal chambers, but I keep using upgrade. There's another conflict zone. I might skip that conflict zone actually, because I want the train zone, and also like I'm almost at the boss node, so I want to make sure I'm healthy to get to the boss node. Oh my god, so much pew pew lasers! Backlash enhanced, specialist, I'd rather choose the guard thing. Enemy units' HP is decreased by 30%, excludes the final zone. So this is worthless to me. Not including the final zone. And I'm basically at the final zone. I basically been choosing like nothing but like warrior cards because like Persicara is a warrior. Persicara went from like, I'll heal your wounds to now I kill people because the best way to save people is to kill the other people. She took the other version of being a medic. God damn it, Kroku. Holy shit, why did she die so fast? God damn it.
未来への道を切り開く。皆さんの傷は私が癒します。
I'm just spamming. I'm just spamming all the supers. I am spamming all the supers. God damn it, she died again. I don't know, just trying the Evelyn thing out. I lost my tank. I lost my tank. Oh, good. We don't need no tank. All right, cool. Did it. Got my 3 stages in. Rewards available after reaching the following milestones. Got some advanced search tickets, as always nice. After obtaining the dog reward, every 150 divergent data samples awards 5 neurofragments. Cool. Oh my god! Oh! Oh, that's so cute! Oh my god, that's so cute! I gotta see that again. I gotta see that again. Oh, there's a little animation. Oh, she's wearing black panties, by the way. You see it for like a split second, but she is wearing black panties. Yep, it's black. It's black. I saw it. It's black. It's not illegal. They don't have rights. How many fragments do I have? I've been loading up on like Cure fragments for a while now because like I'm getting ready for like her Alma Inscripta, and then I just found out like Puzzles Alma Inscripta is OP, so I've been farming Puzzles Alma Inscripta too. I also have 3 O certificates, so I'm ready to O somebody. I just don't know who deserves it, since like O certificates are expensive, so it has to be worth it. It has to be for someone I really like. I'm on 275 fragments for Kroku because I'm also ready for Kroku's Alma Inscripta. I'm at 240 for Betty because her Alma Inscripta is coming out as well. I only got 16 for Puzzle. I've only been doing that recently, but like I haven't been focusing on Puzzle that much. Oh, I'm on 278 for Kuro. I didn't realize I was that high. So I can stop. That should be enough. That should be enough for me to get Alma Inscripta 3 for Kuro. That might be too much. I might have gotten too much now. I know that we recently did get kind of like a new like Alma Inscripta batch, but like it's for characters like I don't care about. Like we recently got like Dashvanaya's Alma Inscripta, but I don't think we have like a super OP team for her yet. And I think Hana's Alma Inscripta is coming. Oh, Boney has an Alma Inscripta coming too as well, I believe. I mean, at this point, like almost everyone's gonna get an Alma Inscripta, except for Sol. Sol, he's dead. It would not make any story sense for Sol to get an Alma Inscripta. And look at this, I had to make it even worse on myself. I'm choosing the date. This is the date costume. She's wearing the girly dress date costume for her thing. If you guys ever start to miss Soul, just go relive the date. Go and relive the date with her. It's really cute though. The date scene is actually really cute. Oh, not that one. It's not the Valentine's one. It's the Wishing Starbridge one. Yeah, it's this. This is really cute because like she's not used to like wearing girly outfits and shit. It's time for our date. I'm here to escort you to the Lantern Fair. Also, I do like how the Commander Professor here is a lot more outgoing compared to like the Girls Frontline version. But I guess it's because in Girls Frontline, like you always have like the government breathing down your neck. So I feel like that's probably because of that. Like in Girls Frontline, you don't have time to really like unwind. You don't have time to like relax and shit. In the Oasis, you're the leader though. You're like the king. You're like the president of the Oasis. So like all the dolls, they turn to you and you make the laws essentially. So you're in charge here. And then like in the real world, in GFL 1, you're basically like a lapdog of the government. In GFL 2, you're on the run from the government. So honestly, the commander just seems to have like a way worse life in the real world than he does like in Magressi. Honestly, why would you want to leave? I feel like the commander would just live here from now on or something. Why would you even want to leave? Like everybody basically worships like the commander here, and like all the girls like him, and a few of them actually want to bang him and shit. Oh my god, look, she's alive, guys. She lives on. She lives on in our memories. She's still here. Going out like this? I think Persicaria says something about helping you with a new neural projection, right? But yeah, she doesn't want to wear it because it's too girly for her or something. Honestly, when you think about it, like, this is crazy, actually. Like, I feel like I rant about this, like, almost like every other, like, Project NeuroCloud stream. But, like, it is kind of crazy how lifelike, like, Magressi is. It just makes me think that, like, with how bad the world is in GFL 1 and GFL 2, it's like, why do we not make a Matrix? I feel like if we just hook up, like, an entire city to, like, some kind of, like, you know, like, power plant or something, just put, like, regular people in here. It's like, that might get rid of, like, a lot of, like, fucking crime, and, like, you know, the people in the outside world can focus on, like, trying to heal the planet, get rid of the zombies and shit. Like, yeah, this is weird too. Like, if they're able to, like, basically emulate, like, the human experience, like, almost one-to-one in Magressi, they really should just, like, work on a fucking Matrix server. Because, okay, we haven't seen the professor have sex in this game yet, because we haven't seen it. But at the very least, the professor can eat, though. He can eat, he sleeps, he feels pleasure. Also, like, he feels pain, which is actually important too, because, like, life would feel weird if you didn't feel pain. So, he does feel pain. He does, like, if someone touches his hand, he feels it. And, like, he can eat things like that. I don't know if we've ever seen the Professor Commander ever get, like, a stomachache or something from eating bad stuff. I don't think we have, because it's all digital, which means that, like, there's no more stomach pain, I guess, in Magressi. Which I guess is good too. I don't know. Like, and then, like, if, like, there's, like, a certain job, if there's, like, a certain menial task that, like, no human wants to do, you could just make an AI that does it for you or something. Like in retail, right? Like, how many people want to work in retail? In the real world, you would need to make a T-doll, right? You need to make a T-doll. Well, not a T-doll. You'd have to make a doll. You would need to make a robot retail to work in retail. You have to give it a physical body, right? In Magressi, if nobody wants to work retail, then you could just make an AI that works the retail, and like you could just construct the AI with nothing because it's on the server. Just make it with operands. You know, just make a brand new AI for that. That's what agents. That's literally what the agents are for. So like, I don't know, like janitor agents and like fucking retail worker agents or whatever like that. You know, like any job that humans don't want to do. I don't know, man. Like, this already seems like the perfect solution, and like no one sees it. Passing agent. Hi, good evening, so darling and professor. Why didn't you change into your new neural projection, so darling? You too, professor. Did you guys just get off of work? You're all so busy. Did anyone tell you that it's really easy to tell when you're lying, so? I'm not lying. Cut to the chase, circle around the issue. If the neural projection that Pristicaria bought you didn't suit you well, I can always get you a new one. Oh, look at that. Now she feels bad. She feels bad because the professor is gonna buy her some new clothes. Oh! And that's another thing too. Clothes shopping. So like, they don't even use the word clothes in this game. They use projection because like, there is no clothes. You could just make up a new fucking outfit. Honestly, when you think about it, in Magressi, wouldn't like being able to like just make 3D models, wouldn't that actually be like a new job or something? Can you guys work Blender? Can you guys work SFM? If not, I feel like maybe in the future you should. Because maybe that might be a new job in like the Matrix universe. Like it'll be a job to construct like new 3D models, and then you could use them in real life or something. That would literally be a job in Magressi. And then like you dance around the issue, and then it's all like, oh, like you don't want to wear dresses, and so it's like, oh, they don't fit me or whatever. It's too frilly. And then she goes and change. We make her change into it. Have some faith in yourself. You're very pretty. And then she changes into her dress. I feel like this might have been the last time that So got to relax before like the major event happened. And then she died. So at least she got like one last date with the professor. I'll go change into my neural projection. Just give me a bit. Oh, question. Is this like Sword Art Online? Like, you know how in Sword Art Online, like the characters have underwear, and then like in Sword Art Online, like they like go into a menu, and then they put like a new set of clothes on top of their underwear model. It's like, is that how Magressi works? Like, is underwear like a thing for like the agents, or like do they not have underwear? Do they even have like naughty bits rendered in or something? Or instead, do they have to like go somewhere else to like change their projection because it's considered embarrassing for them? Like, to see like the raw data stream. I assume that when they change projection, like they get like an aura or something, and then like you see like raw data like flowing around their body, and then they change their projection. That might be really embarrassing for them. So maybe when they change projection, they gotta go back to their room, or they gotta go into a bathroom or something, so that way like no one sees them naked, essentially. Like, it's their version of being naked, right? Like, to see like the raw data or whatever. It's different. It's different for them, maybe. Oh my god, she's so beautiful. She's as beautiful as the day that we lost her. The moment Soul comes into view, I freeze in place like my heart, almost forgetting to breathe. Dot dot dot. Hey professor, say something. I'll get embarrassed. Oh my god, look! They even changed her face for this. Like, it's not just like the one CG. She actually has like another CG where she's embarrassed. I like that. I don't have a screenshot for that, but now I do. Her long hair and her dress swish over the sand, and the girl who's normally so forthright and cheerful suddenly clams up. She tugs at the hem of her skirts and turns away shyly. Like I said, it doesn't suit me, right? It suits you, Soul. You're a very pretty Soul. I also like the... That's a dandelion, right? No, that's a daisy? Is that a daisy? No, wait. Wait, is that a tiny sunflower? That's a tiny sunflower. God, I'm bad with flowers. I am so bad with flowers. Sunflowers are huge, right? So that's not a sunflower. I think that's a daisy or whatever. I don't know. I'm bad. I'm not a flower guy. Laugh at me if you want. I'll never be able to pull this style off of clothing anyway. Chuckle. Shake your head. Don't sell yourself short. You look lovely. So much so that I was at a loss for words. This dress suits you very well, Soul. Soul suddenly starts to panic, and her movements grow more and more timid. Upon seeing this, I hold back my laughter and walk a first circle around her as I size her up, before stopping behind her. Sunflowers can be any size you want on a server. Professor, is there something wrong with my back? Oh, it's nothing. I just wanted to help you do up your hair. My fingers glide through the scattered strands, gently untangling little knots that have formed. Why didn't you tie up in a ponytail? Doesn't this come with a matching hair tie or something? I saw everyone doing it like that. Persicaria and Anna don't tie up their hair when they're in dresses. Why do you have to copy them? Does this mean you're going to talk like Florence or Panakia when you're in a lab coat? Soul seems to be thinking about it in earnest, and I can't help laughing at it. I take the hair ornament from Soul's hand and carefully help put it on. You yourself, Soul. You don't need to copy anyone. Just do what you want to do. The Soul I know would act differently from others, even while wearing a flowing sundress. And she'd help clear away the obstacles in front of others, with pride and confidence. And then she'd tell everyone that the problem was sorted in a dazzling sunny way, rather than being all embarrassed and shy and grabbing her skirt hems. Hey, are you praising me or teasing me? Joe shakes a fist at me, but she seems to have relaxed. Still, I do envy them sometimes. You're not like the others, Professor. You hardly ever walk ahead of me. I don't get a lot of chances to watch you, to say nothing of standing by your side. Soul puts her hands behind her and faces me. Then she backs up and takes a few steps towards the sea. I'm supposed to be the vanguard, but I always get the feeling that I'm falling behind. So, do you want to make a change? Maybe try being something other than a guide? Not really, but I do want to do something. Like, say, dancing your heart out at the sea, at Stories Watch, and conveying everything in your heart. Are you serious, Proof? You know I can't dance. Aha, that's true. If you put everything into copying others, you just lose yourself. But if you're able to firmly reject a suggestion that doesn't suit you, doesn't that mean you already know what you want to do? Let me guess. What would Soul do at a time like this? Huh? I step up and grab Soul's hand, then drag her to the biggest rock nearby, and then shout in the opposite direction from the oasis. To hell with all that stupid work. Screw all this overtime crap. Ha ha ha! But that's what you would say, Proof. Soul laughs, and that makes it look beautiful. Still, when I see you do it, it helps me figure out what I want to do. At the very least, I know what I want to do now. She raises her voice, just like when she was sharing amusing news, or when she's barging into my office. Like when we're in a battle, and she proudly glows, just leave it to me. She's a forthright soul once again, with the all-too-familiar smile on her face. She takes a deep breath, then hikes up her skirt and takes a step forward on a rock. Oh my god, the fireworks! Yo, like, that's about as, like, romantic datey as you get, right? Like, fireworks in the background and shit. Yo, like, Persicaria wishes that she got a date like this. Yo, when you think about it, Soul got a much more romantic date than Persicaria did. Because Persicaria's Valentine's date, it basically ended with the professor kind of like falling asleep on her lap. And then like Persicaria like confessed to the professor, but she did it when we were asleep, so it doesn't count though. And then she was all like shy and shit. She was like, oh, like, I want to make chocolate for you again next year or something. But again, we were asleep, so like it doesn't matter. Professor, make sure you keep watching me from now on. Or else, it'll suck if you get lost. Her voice is as passionate as ever, with every ounce of her strength poured into it. Soul turns around, haloed in radiance, her expression playful yet serious. Things should be okay now that the oceans heard us complaining, right? Huh, well, I think it should be fine. The sounds of the fireworks exploding and Soul's incandescent smile gush forth, drowning out my words. And that was the last time we hung out with Soul. That's the last time we got to hang out with her. Yeah, like, here's the Persicaria date, but it's not really much of a date, though. It's like, look at this, like, we're in the fucking office, she's working, she's fucking doing overtime and shit, and then, like, the professor is all like, oh, let me help you, and Persicaria is like, no, don't help me, I'm supposed to be doing the work by myself or something, and then they talk some more, and then, like, we go to sleep. And then she gives us a lap pillow and whatever like that. And she technically confesses to us, but like we're asleep though, so it didn't really matter. And there it is, like she's being all shy again. Although like it is nice to see Persicaria, like, without her lab coat, though. Like, this is, like, a different side of Persicaria we don't normally see. Professor, I'll continue staying by your side from now on and act as a worthy assistant. Oh, yes, Professor, after receiving chocolate from you, should we go out on a date? Of course, it doesn't have to be now. But could we go out and have fun together when you're free? Certainly. Still, we're alone together now, aren't we? Perhaps this counts as a date of sorts. Professor, work is work and date is a date. Please don't mix them up. Guys, I'm telling you. We could have dated the real Persica. Like, that could have been GFL2. Imagine GFL2 if Persica was the canon waifu. Like, after spending time in Project Neurocloud, like, the commander, when he comes out, he's like, you know what? I really like the big booba Persicaria. So, maybe I'll go for the real thing in the real world. Even though, like, in the real world, Persica doesn't have, like, big boobs or whatever. Like, maybe he's attracted to, like, that scientific mindset, right? Like, maybe that's the kind of girl that the commander likes. So, he would confess to, like, Persica in the real world. And then she'd be like, you know, I'm not the same Persica that was in Magressi. And then the commander would be like, yeah, but she's not real. You're real. And then, like, he could say some cheesy line, like how he wants Persica to, like, bear his children scientifically. And then, like, that way they would have, like, a really smart kid who's also, like, physically able, right? Like, a strong and smart kid. Like, he'd get the body of the commander, but he'd also be as smart as Persica. And then they get married. And then Kalina would be super jealous because Kalina has a crush on the commander as well. But if GFL2 is anything to go by, I guess that nothing really happens from that. Like, Kalina, I guess, never really confessed. So, yeah, that kind of sucks. Kalina was always too shy to confess to the commander. Yeah, this is, like, not a date. This isn't really a date. Like, they're just stuck in the office the entire time. That kind of sucks because, like, we go on a date with, like, literally, like, all the other girls, but we don't really go on a date with Persicaria, though. Oh! I totally forgot about the Florence one. Wait, so this one kind of implies that we get raped by Florence? There's a lot of implications about the Florence one. So I don't know if we want to go with like Nikkei rules, where like with Nikkei, like the commander definitely has fucked the girls, but I'm not sure like how real is Magressi? Is Magressi like actually like 100% like realistic or whatever? Because it seems to be realistic. I don't fucking know. Like, because there's a lot of implications here that Florence has fun with the commander here, like in the fucking detention room. Because she drunk. Okay, so like we eat the piece of chocolate or something. I remember this. So we're in the fucking detention room, and then like we eat like a piece of chocolate or whatever like that. And then like the chocolate was drugged or some shit like that, which seems like something that Isabel would do in Nikkei. I feel like there's a few Nikkeis that would definitely poison the commander in Nikkei. Oh yeah, and then now we're playing a game of hide and seek. Florence hid the box of chocolates. Florence, you hid the present somewhere on yourself, didn't you? I'm right, aren't I? Would you like to confirm? Confirm it? Oh yes, come confirm the guess with your own hands. Yes, come and touch me. Come and touch me, Professor. Florence begins to slowly unzip her jacket from where she is on the bed. What's the matter? It doesn't count as a win if you don't personally lay your hands on the box. I know that, so as I reach out, the alarm clock goes off. What a shame! You failed at the last hurdle. Florence pulls out the box from a very secret place. Your guess was right, but you didn't move quick enough, Professor. Are you ready for your punishment? I'm ready. Please be gentle. Is that the professor begging me for mercy? What on earth shall I do? Now then. Yo, this hearts! She has hearts in her eyes. That's a bad thing. Please accept this gift, Professor. Gift? Florence hands me the box in her hand. So this was the gift you were going to give me. Oh yes, the chocolate I made is inside. And my request is that you eat it in front of me. Is that all? Were you hoping for me to ask you for something more outrageous? Not really. Heh. I still remember all the things you've done for me in the past, Professor. I've caused you a lot of trouble in the past, and while seeing your vexed face is quite amusing, I still ought to give you a token of apology. Go ahead, take it. Accept the present. Thank you, Florence. I'm not interested in such a serious show of gratitude. Now open the box and try it. Huh. As I open the wrapping, I suddenly remember why Florence is under confinement. Wait a minute. You didn't add anything to it this time, did you? But before I can react, Florence stuffs a piece of chocolate in my mouth. Ugh! Haha, how does it taste? It's delicious. If you like it, then why don't we write off all the problems that caused you before? How about that? I wasn't gonna hold them against you anyway, Florence. Really? Well, you do like fooling around, but I know you work very hard in your daily work. Compared to everything you've done for the Oasis, those pranks of yours are simply insignificant. Of course, I'd be happier if you were better behaved, Florence. But that all sounds super mushy. If it's you asking, then I could try refining myself in a little. That would be wonderful. But that would start tomorrow. Oh shit! Oh no, the music! Would Florence and PA-15 fuck each other? They would fight for dominance. Who gets to be on top? What is this? Okay, wait. So, reminder. We're in Magressi right now. This is not the real world, but I guess that means, like... So I did mention how, like, I'd never seen the professor get a stomachache, but I guess this kind of counts as being poisoned then. So, I guess we could still get poisoned then, even though it's Magressi. So, again, as far as, like, the Matrix is concerned, this is very realistic. We can eat, we can sleep, we can get tired, we feel pain if somebody punches us or something, and apparently poison is a thing. As I look at Florence's smiling face, a wave of dizziness washes over me. What's going on? Is something the matter? I think it must be a minor side effect of one of the seasonings I used in the chocolate. Like, say, your whole body going limp, or becoming extra sensitive. I knew it! Wow! Seeing you spread out on the bed, with discontent look on your face is quite a lovely scene. Florence, you! What now? Let's see. Where did you put your access keycard? Ah, there it is. Florence takes the keycard from me, and then she hops, skips, and jumps over to the exit. Wait, don't go! Beep. She doesn't leave. Instead, she engages another lock on the door of the detention cell. Huh? I never said I was going to leave. Now nobody can get in here. I can't possibly let anyone get in between me and the helpless professor lying in front of me. Persicaria, help! Persicaria! I'm stuck in here with Florence! Help me, Persicaria! Florence gently compresses the syringe in her hands and climbs into the bed. Florence? What you just said just now really touched me, so chocolates won't be enough. I need to give you an even more exciting thank you gift. Oh my, your body's so hot, Professor. I don't think it's just because of the drugs. Wait! Don't be scared. The really exciting part of the date has only just begun, Professor. And then the professor got graped. That is a box of chocolates of lies! That is lies. And also, wait. How come she was allowed to have a fucking syringe in the detention cell? How come we didn't confiscate that from her? That's actually really dumb of the professor. Like, they didn't confiscate everything. And then we also go on a date with Emotep, which is pretty cute. Look at that, macarons. There's some macarons right there. Look at, there's even like a Stechkin date. There's a V date. Yo, V's doing the naked apron. She's doing the naked apron thing. The Groove date was pretty cool. Like, I never really like pay attention to Groove, but her date was pretty cool too. And then we got like the man date. Well, actually, I mean, like, you could be playing the female professor, to be fair. Since, like, you could be both, like, female and male, so... You could be a female professor. That works, too, for like, the Aki date. And then there was Octagon. There's Python. Python was pretty cool. I like the Python date. The Lamb date was very similar to, like, Persicaria. Like, Lamb is, like, a workaholic. So, like, it wasn't really a date. It's more like... We met her, like, outside the office or something. The Sons of Rossi date's actually pretty interesting because, like, it's weird because, like, we just had this in Nikkei. Like, we had, like, almost, like, the exact same storyline in Nikkei. Like, it's supposed to be, like, a date or whatever, but, like, Centaurossi's all like, oh, master, let me, like, serve you and shit. And then, like, you know, like, the commander is all like, wait, but like, you're not supposed to serve me today or whatever. This is literally the... This is actually literally like the aid Bond story in Nikkei. It's like, it's almost like 100% like the same thing. Because like in the aid Bond story in Nikkei, like aid is supposed to have like a week off or something, but instead though she was gonna stay at the cafe and just work or whatever like that, even though the cafe was closed for like a week. So the commander was all like, okay, how about this? How about you come over to the outpost, you know, like main office, and if you're with me, then like I'll make sure you don't work anymore or something. But then like Aid like interprets that, and she's like, oh, I'll be your personal maid for a week. And then like commanders are like, wait, no, that's not exactly what I meant though. I didn't want you to keep on working. So the whole entire point of the Bond story was to get Aid to like not work and shit. And it's kind of like the same thing here for Centaurosi. Like, Centaurosi is always in work mode. So, like the professor literally is saying, like, I don't want you to work right now. Like, just be yourself. Or whatever like that. But she can't, though. Because, like, that's, like, her entire, like, her life right there. Like, she's gonna be, like, in her maid personality all the time. That's the same thing too for Aid. In Nikkei, Aid is also like always like in maid personality. This was a cute date. I liked it. And then we got like a second set of dates with like the Chinese New Year thing. The Boney date was kind of weird for me because it's less of a date and it's more like taking your daughter like around town kind of thing. Like, I'm not a lolicon. I'm honestly not really a lolicon. I can't see this as a date. It's simply the professor going, oh, like, let me go and take you out on the town, Boney, because like you remind me of my daughter or something. I mean, she's adorable, though. She's adorable. And I guess, to be fair, you gotta, like, appeal to, like, the different types of, like, commanders out there. So, this is for all my lolicons out there. This is for all my lolicons. Go ahead and try on the cute little dress, Boney. Go ahead. Professor doesn't look good. Look at this. It's an exclamation points too. No, you're cute. You're very cute. You look beautiful. I didn't expect you to suit you this well. Like the professor almost seems like he's pandering to Boney or something. And then like Boney gives us like a necklace or something because like we got her a dress. Oh my god, she's so cute. It's kind of too bad like that this is like fake though, because remember like we're in Magressi, so like this necklace that like Boney has given to us, like it's not like we take it with us to the real world, you know? It's not a real necklace. Which is kind of sad. Oh wait, I never looked back there. Yo, is that a fucking Kiro live stream? I never noticed that. I'm like zooming in right now. Also, like, that's the Nyan meme. That's the cat. That's like the Pop-Tart cat meme or whatever. And yeah, that's totally like a hero live stream. There's a few live stream T-dolls also, like in the base Ingress Frontline. In fact, we just got done talking about that in the Ghost in the Shell event too. Like, one of the T-dolls was also like a live streamer in the Ghost in the Shell thing, but of course she like lost her memories, so now she's a vlogger. She doesn't play video games no more. Because video games are banned. There's no more video games anymore. I like it when like I get to look at like the backgrounds for like a lot of this stuff and like I notice these things. Yeah, I like when I get to notice like these cool little things in the background. Because like they could have just put nothing on those monitors. Those monitors could have been generic, right? But instead they tried to make it like seem like it would fit in universe. So we got like the Nyan cat meme right there, and then we also had like Kiro's live stream. I like that. Well, like, it's a communist paradise basically, which means that like it's not a paradise at all. But like, it's supposed to be a communist paradise where like everybody's equal, but like everything is banned because that way like you can't be happy and you can't be sad now. Basically, if everything's neutral, if everything is neutral, then you can't be happy and sad. And if you can't be happy and sad, that means everybody is equally miserable and everybody can't do bad things anymore. Like, that's like almost like, that's communist paradise 101 basically. And that's why there's no good food. Like, that's why that's why QBU was like making potatoes and stuff. All the dishes were potatoes. Potatoes is like the communist food because everyone just grows potatoes. Potatoes is starchy, it's full of nutrients, and it's like the perfect food, but it's also bland though. Potatoes is a very bland food. So yeah. To be fair, there's overlap. There's definitely overlap between totalitarian and communism. Also, another thing too is that like, technically in retrospect, communism is totalitarian. Because when you think about it, in theory, communism is supposed to be where everyone's equal. But in practice though, it's totalitarian because everybody can't be equal though. Because guess what? There has to be leaders, right? Doesn't there have to be leaders? That means the leaders are indeed richer than the rest of the populace. So, like, communism doesn't work in real life. Because they tried to make communism work in real life, but every communist government was corrupted in real life, though. So, every communist government, the leaders were rich, and they controlled everything. Which is basically Korea, right? Isn't that North Korea? Like, North Korea kind of has, like, the same thing going around, except, like, North Korea doesn't try to say it's communist, though. North Korea is just straight up just a dictatorship. So, yeah. The proletariats are equal, and everyone else is less equal. Basically. Yeah, basically. Communism is basically like brainwashing the populace, in a way. And party members are more equal? Yes, 100%. 100%. So, that's why communism just doesn't work in real life. However, what I'm saying is that, like, Ghost in the Shell, I don't know, like, if you actually, like, know Ghost in the Shell lore that much, but in Ghost in the Shell, there is a lot of communism going around in the Ghost in the Shell story, which is why I use that word a lot when I was talking about it last live stream, because I'm going to assume that that's the vibe that they were going for, with everyone losing their memories, and how everything was basically banned. No alcohol, the only food was potatoes, and like there was no video games, like no fun and everything, because everyone does the same work every day. Everyone does the same thing every day. That's meant to be paradise. So Ghost in the Shell had that theme going around where like a lot of the terrorists in Ghost in the Shell, they wanted to make their own paradise with the virtual reality thing, but in Ghost in the Shell, it just didn't really work that well. So I assume that's what the game was going for. Oh no, like you could be excused for like not realizing like the underlying like subtext, because especially if you were younger too, because like that's me in Gundam. I had to rewatch like almost like all the Gundam shows I watched as a kid just to fully understand the story. When I was a kid, Gundam was all about cool fights, and like I didn't understand the political shit, because all Gundam is political. That's like half the story. Half the story of Gundam is political, and yet I didn't understand it as a kid. So you could definitely be excused for not understanding the story. Oh, same thing too for Neon Genesis Evangelion. Like, oh my god, like Neon Genesis Evangelion is such a it's such a mind trip. Like, there is absolutely no way that as a kid that like I understood like what the fuck was going on with Evangelion, right? Like, there's no way as a kid I knew what was going on. Like, obviously everyone was watching it, so like I watched it too, I guess, right? Like, I also watched it, but like I didn't know what was going on. I didn't fucking know. I didn't fucking know what was going on in Neon Genesis Evangelion. Something about angels and something about like Shinji getting the robot or whatever like that. Like, I didn't fucking know. Yeah, that was a confusing anime to watch as a kid. Definitely. 2016. I hope you mean the original one and not the remake, because the remake actually has like a different vibe compared to the original. If you watch the remake, you definitely got to give the original a watch, because the original also has like a lot of 90s like aspect to it, and like that gives it like its whole vibe in the first place. You have to watch the original, not just the remake. The remake is okay though. The remake tries to make sense of it, but like you gotta watch the OG. The OG one, good. You have to watch the OG one. That's the one that matters. Oh yeah, and then I also really like the Kiro date. The Kiro date was good too. 2020 is no longer 1990s. Oh my god! It's everyone's favorite live streamer, Kiro! Very well, great streamer Kiro. What shall we do today? And then we just have like a fun little like gremlin date with Kiro. Honestly, these dates remind me a lot of Nikkei though. Like, when you think about it, like, I kind of wish there was more of this in Girls Frontline, where like we were with like individual girls in Girls Frontline and not with them as a whole party. I kind of like this, like this one-on-one thing, you know. But Girls Frontline has too many characters though. Like, don't you guys agree? Like, Girls Frontline has like way too many characters, so there's no way we have time for all of them. We get to see like everyone's personality shine though in Project Neurocloud, because Project Neurocloud only releases one character at a time. I like that the commander actually like does a live stream with Kiro, and then like look at that, she turns her room into an arcade. I wish I could do that. I want to turn my room into an arcade like this. Yo, look at all the gacha. There's so much gacha and shit. That's so cool. Gacha. I like that. And then like for Kiro's like little like date gift, like she gives like a fucking gun to the professor. Not a real gun. She gives an arcade gun to the professor. AL is also having too many character problems, and everyone is tugging on Shigeki all the time in more supposedly personalized stories. I can see AL having a problem with that just by age. It's just by age alone is having a problem like that. Yo, I love the fucking 8-bit sunglasses on Kiro. Oh, that's not a cigarette, by the way. That is not a cigarette. That's a lollipop. And do you know how I know that's a lollipop? You can see the hole. You can see like the dot right here at the end of the stick. Like, that tells me it's a plastic lollipop, because plastic lollipops have a hole in the stick. I wouldn't mind doing like an MDR Kiro cosplay at my next convention. I wouldn't mind that. Because I'm still rocking the 45 cosplay, but I definitely want to make another cosplay costume. In AL, you get the feeling the naval base is crowded. I could see that. I can definitely see that. Oh, I also really like the Evelyn date, because like you don't expect that from Evelyn, since like Evelyn's supposed to be like super serious and shit. And also, I do like how Evelyn gives us something different. Like Evelyn's like not like a fan servicey character. Like she is completely covered up. I like that. Evelyn looks like she belongs in Girls Frontline, honestly. Evelyn's basically a GFL character. She's in the wrong game, honestly. She should be a shotgun character in GFL. That, and like I have a thing for girls with eye patches. I love eye patches. That's why Tenryu was my waifu in Konko. And that's why I bought Tenryu merch. I think I spent like over $100 on Tenryu merch in Konko. And then so far my GFL merch is my physical. My physical GFL merch right now, I think, is at $500. $500 to $600 on GFL merch. And I think my whole live merch is about $300. Not that much for Hololive. I'm a very passive Hololive fan. I'm not like a hardcore Hololive fan. I can't really watch live streams as much as I used to when I was younger. Like when I was younger, I used to watch like a lot of like live tubers. It's weird that I have to say that, because like, you know, VTubers weren't really a thing back then. Honestly, actually, I don't know if I would be into VTubers back then. Like, if VTubers were a thing, like 15 years ago. So, like, I watched a lot of Flesh Tubers back then. And, like, I love participating in the chat. I love, like, watching people's, like, 24-hour live streams back then. I would actually stay up for 24 hours, actually. Like, I know that for Screw Attack, whenever, like, they did a 24-hour live stream, I would actually try and stay up. I would be there for the entirety of the 24-hour live stream if I could. Like, I wouldn't go to sleep, actually. And then Rooster Teeth. Back when Rooster Teeth was good, I also tried to stay up for Rooster Teeth's 24-hour live stream. But I don't know if I would have been into VTubers back then, though. I kind of talked about this a little bit, like, in my original, like, my V2, my Hololive unboxing vid for, like, the card, the Weiss cards. I already made this rant before, but it's hard for me to get into VTubers, I think, from a live stream perspective, just because I like to see the minute, like, differences in people's faces. I like to see, like, how they act on stream. I don't know, like, it's really weird. Like, to me, there's still, like, a little bit of uncanny valley with, like, VTubers. I know that VTuber models have gotten really good, though, recently. Even indie VTuber models have gotten, like, really good. But I think there's still, like, a little bit of uncanny valley for VTubing for me to really, like, really appreciate, like, them versus, like, Flesh Tubers. Like, Kayson's, like, a weird middle ground. Because Kayson does, like, real life streams, and then Kayson does VTuber streams, like, half and half. And I actually prefer Kayson's Flesh streams more than I prefer her VTube streams. That's because I like seeing the person there. But also, like, not just that, though. Again, I like seeing people's mannerisms. And I feel like you don't get that with the VTuber model. Like, okay, like some people play with their hands or something. Some people may like rock back and forth all the time or something like that, which you don't see too much compared to a VTuber model. I know that for VTubers who have like a 3D model, you might see something like that. I think people were saying that like Korone does that. Like, I think Korone and Marine, I think they rock back and forth a lot, like when they're in their 3D model, because they do that in real life basically. Like they're always moving and shit. But like, okay, like this also be again, this is like another weird thing about like how I view like streamers too. But like, I guess I just like to see them be human. Like, one of the things that always kind of like weirded me out about VTubers was that like, okay, VTubers kind of like do like a Persuado ASMR thing sometimes where like they're eating potato chips or like they're eating snacks, but like you don't see them eat. You kind of just hear the sound effects or whatever like that. Like, I don't know, to me, like that kind of like, there's a little bit of uncanny valley with that. Like, in real life, if I like watching a flesh tuber and they're eating like a cookie or something, I would see them eat the cookie. And, you know, some people may look at me and be like, why is that important? And I feel like it is kind of important just to flesh them out as a person. Again, it may not seem that important to you, but like, I feel like it's important to me to like, as a viewer, when I see a streamer just act like a person, even if they're playing a game, like maybe it's like not just a just chat stream. It could be just like playing like a video game or something. And in the corner, you may see your flesh tuber like grab like a piece of candy or something. And that's just something that you don't see from like a VTubing perspective. I don't know. I just like to see those kind of movements. I like to see those kind of like that kind of realistic aspect from a flesh tuber versus a VTuber. I do understand like the anonymity for like VTubing though. Like you can't see their face, but you also can't see where they live. You can't see like their room or something like that. You can't even look at their eyes. Like even if they wear a face, like some VTubers have recently started to embrace doing like a half flesh tuber thing where like they show their body but they don't show their face, or like if they do show their face, they wear like a face mask or something. Like I you know, I get it. I get the whole like protect your identity thing. I can dig it, right? I understand. Not everyone is okay with people like walking up to them like on the street and saying like, I'm a big fan of your live streams or whatever like that. Like, not everyone is comfortable with that. I remember like Rooster Teeth having this be not really a problem because like everyone in Rooster Teeth is like an extrovert, but like they have talked about a lot of times in their podcast as well as like in some of their random streams how like people would come up to them though and be like, oh my god, you're Rooster Teeth, I love you in this video, or like you're kind of cool or whatever like that. Sometimes they would actually apologize like upfront too. They're like, oh, sorry for bothering you, just wanted to say I'm a big fan. And like, you know, like even like Michael or Gus say like there's a slight annoyance with that, but like they appreciate it, they like it. And again, like they're speaking from like an extrovert kind of like standpoint. I can understand like introverts though, like an introvert may enjoy streaming, but they also don't like to be a celebrity, right? Like there's actually a lot of like people in Hollywood too, like they enjoy acting, they also like enjoy being a millionaire, they enjoy having the money, but they also don't like the paparazzi. They don't like to be famous. But you know, you work in a few movies and those movies happen to be box office hits, you're famous now. Now you're famous and now people want to know more about you, but like you actually don't care about being famous. You just wanted the money. You just wanted to act in movies and films because that's, you just like to act. But whether you like it or not now, you're famous. And like, you know, you kind of have to deal with that, I think. Like, I think, oh shit, I forgot what his name was. But, the guy who plays Picard, like in Star Trek or whatever like that, the bald guy, he also plays Professor Xavier in X-Men. I remember, like, I think he didn't really appreciate fans coming up to him. He wasn't that kind of guy. Whereas, like, someone like I think Tom Cruise was more open to it. Tom Cruise doesn't mind it, I think, but other celebrities don't like it though, when like fans come up to them and shit. I guess it just depends like on how much you like being in the limelight, how much you like to be quote unquote famous, right? It just depends. So I understand like why VTubing blew up though, because VTubing blew up as a way for introverts to actually be able to stream without showing their faces. I mean, like, streaming, there were always streamers that never showed their faces anyway, like pure like gameplay streamers, or whatever, like speedrunners and shit. But like that's a very niche though. That's a very niche and small audience. Like people want to get to know the streamer, you know? People really do like want to get to know the streamer. I like this. This definitely humanizes Evelyn a lot. Also, question. Does she wear the eye patch all the time? Like, even when she goes to sleep? What about the choker? Does she wear that all the time too? I mean, wait, I guess, wait, now that I'm thinking about it, do the agents have like the same kind of like comfort levels as a human does? I guess it's gotta be different, right? Because like it's like emulation. They're emulating humans, but I guess maybe like they don't feel the same kind of discomfort from certain things that a human would. Because most people, I think, would feel discomfort from wearing an eye patch on 24/7, or wearing like a choker on 24/7. Especially since like a lot of eye patches in general are elastic, and even if it's not like a really tight elastic, it's still elastic, so it is putting pressure on your head. So eventually you're gonna want to take off the eye patch. I don't know, that's the way I see it. This is my room, Professor. You fell asleep, Professor, so I took you to my room. Yo, nobody tell Persicaria that I spent the night at Evelyn's room. Was that muscle pain? I spring up from Evelyn's bed, but my muscle pain means it hurts so much I don't just lie back down. I wonder how that works, like from a virtual reality standpoint. Like, I legitimately want to know. So the whole purpose of like Evelyn's date was that like the professor was like fatigued, and then like they walked around a bit, like around town. They went to Rico's place, but like since the professor was so tired, he kind of like fell asleep or whatever like that, and then like Evelyn kind of carried him off or something. But like now the professor says he has muscle pain, but it's gotta be like all mental though. Like, would he actually have muscle pain in real life? I don't think so. Don't worry, I didn't let Rico take the digicoin she had on you. That's not the point. You looked so peaceful when you were sleeping. Don't worry, I only woke up a short while before you. Are these the clothes you chose last night? Yes, Helix and the others came by just a while ago to drop off some obligation chocolates. Thanks for staying and watch. Want to try it? Alright. All I can do is accept the chocolate she is holding, and savor its sweet and slightly bitter taste. Thank you for bringing me back. Otherwise, I'm sure Rico would have used the opportunity to soak me for all I was worth. Just doing my job. Don't worry about it. More importantly, Professor, chocolate's pretty good. What is it? I have today off, so would you like to go walking around post-festival Oasis with me? With the chocolate in my mouth, my affirmative is between my lips. This cocoa sweet day has only just begun. Technically, we spent 2 days with Evelyn. Yo, Persicaria didn't even get like a single date, and we got like a 2-day date with Evelyn. Persicaria is losing. I really did like the Loli story. The Loli story was like really cute. I like this one. It's adorable. This was an adorable story. I don't know if I don't know like how we could get a story like that in Nikkei, because Nikkei tends to be a lot more serious, but I really did like it. All right, I think I did everything I wanted to do in Project Neurocloud. I went a little bit off topic because I really just wanted to like do the Persicaria thing, and then like I was supposed to like go straight to Ghost in the Shell in Girls Frontline, but I didn't. So I spent a little bit of time ranting there, and now I can go back to Ghost in the Shell.
少女前線
Ghost in the Shell is very political. It is 100% a political like story though, with like very few combat scenes.
Shikikan, 次の指示を。あら、やっと私に会いたくなったの？
私が守るからきっと大丈夫。
おはよう。
I made sure to do my dailies before the stream
今日は
started.
何もお買い上げにならないのですか？おはよう。今日は誰にも負けません。
Is today a sauna day? Can I get lucky? I don't know if today's a sauna day. Where is the streamer luck? Where is the streamer luck? Sauna, where are you? Look at how small that diner gate is. Well, today is not a sauna day. Maybe next time.
Ohayo. 今日は誰にも負けません。
I did my simulations for the day? Yeah, I did. Okay. Alright, through the looking glass. Alright, I need to remind myself. Need to remind myself what was going on. Alright, so everyone lost their memories. I remember. Everyone don't have their memories. They also have like numbers. Like they don't even have names. They just have numbers. And then 433. 433 is all like, wait, how come you're so sad, Commander? Did you not like my tour or whatever? Did I not make you happy? And then the Commander's all like, why'd you betray us, 433? But she doesn't know what he's talking about. And then the Commander was all like, oh, don't worry, I'll give you like a 5-star review. Because that's all you care about. So he gave 433 like a 5-star review on the tablet. But then, like, she didn't like it, though. She didn't want to be given, like, a free thing. So like, she deleted it. She deleted the Commander's 5-star review. Because she said she doesn't deserve it then. She's all like, she does care about reviews. But, like, it doesn't mean anything if, like, the review is fake. So the Commander is all like, oh, whatever. Like, I'm so sad. Because no one remembers me and shit. Oh, here it is. It's like, why'd you betray me? Why'd you betray Boyce and Purin? And then she's like, I don't know. I don't know what's going on. I don't know what you're talking about. And then we leave. Hey, look, it's Florence. And then Florence is all like, oh, I was just speeding, whatever, blah blah. And then like Florence is and then Florence is all like, oh, well, not Florence. Shit, I don't remember her name. Her name is something QZ. Her name is QZ or whatever. She was all like, hey, like, you ever get the idea that like we're just kind of just like looping like the same day like over and over and over again or something? And then Florence is all like, why does it matter? You know, like, who cares? Who cares if we're looping the same day over and over? And then she's all like, I care. Like she knows that there's kind of like something weird going on, but she doesn't like know what. She can't like quite put her finger on there. Oh, and then this is the part where like I went on like a 2-hour rant about like one of my past girlfriends. Yeah. And then like I even like changed out my fucking like I changed out my rant mode thing, because usually like I'm always behind like the flower scene in GFL, but I took the time to actually put in the I actually like this might be like my secondary rant mode thing now. I might choose between the two every once in a while. Like either like I'll have like the cityscape thing, or like I pick the flower. Cityscape or flower. I might go between the two whenever I decide to do my rants now, because this is a really good one. I like this. I like this like park city background, especially since like it's at nighttime and shit. But I also really like the moon and like the flower background here from like the earlier chapters. And yes, I know these flowers are radiation flowers, right? Like this is the flower that like holds on to radiation, and then like when they bloom, they like bring all the radiation they were holding. I know that, but they still look good. They still look beautiful though. I just won't be next to them when they bloom. I still like them. But yeah, I went on a fucking like 2-hour rant, so there's that. And then we talked to her for a bit, and she was all like, oh, like, were you not happy or something? And he's like, I don't care about anything. Because the commander's just like that upset right now. And then she was like, do you ever get the feeling that like we're repeating the same day over and over? Like, she's been asking that of everybody basically. That like we've been repeating the same day over and over. And then the commander gets so fed up that like he throws a soda can at the screen, so that way like they can talk in peace or whatever. And it's like, who's Big Brother? And then Big Brother is all like, oh, not Big Brother, but she's like, oh, Big Brother's like God essentially, because like he could see everything. And then the commander's like, I hate this or whatever like that. Yeah, that's the commander throwing the soda can at the thing. But the commander, but like he doesn't get in trouble though. We don't get in trouble for this. You know what? You know about what I've always found interesting about memory loss? Like in both like fictional universes as well as like in real life. I've always found like the whole like base personality thing a person can have to be odd. Like your memories are what shape you, right? Your memories are like what define you. So like you lose your memories, you're basically like a blank slate, right? However, you don't lose all your memories usually. Because like, I believe scientifically wise, like the right side of your brain and the left side of your brain, like they're for like different things. Like, usually also like the part of your brain that where your memories are stored, that's like a different part from like where your ability to talk is, or where like your ability to walk or something. So usually when people lose their memories, they lose they lose personal memories, but they can still talk though. They can still talk and they can still walk and shit. But it's like, when you think about it, it's like if they lost their memories, that means they kind of don't remember going to school or something, right? Like they don't remember going to school. They don't remember like being taught how to write or whatever. They also may not remember their parents like teaching them how to walk and shit as a kid. But then like they just know though. They just know how to walk. They know how to talk and shit. So their personal memories were deleted or were scrambled, either through like surgery or like through like a head trauma or something. And in fictional universes, people do the same thing. They take it from a real life example where like people's base personalities are usually still there. So like if you were like a class clown or something and you lost your memories, it's like you're still a class clown even though you don't know why you are. Or like, you know, maybe like if you were like a super serious person, like prior to losing your memories, you're still super serious even though like you lost a lot of memories that like might have been tied to that or something. I don't know. Alright, finally some new shit. New shit. I need a drink of water. I love having my mini fridge like next to my computer because it's like it's always here. Although like if I have to get more water though, like I have to go to my kitchen. I gotta go to my kitchen because I have like a water cooler, which actually I do need to do right now. So I'll be right back. I'll be right back. Not that one. I'll be back. I'll be back. All right. Okay, there we go. We're back. Since I was already like away from my computer, I decided to also like grab a snack as well and stuff. I didn't just get water. Anyway, my water is on the other table. Let me go and grab it. I have like a small stand next to my door where like I would always like put like my keys and my wallet, you know, like things that I would want like when I exit my room or something. If I'm about to go out or whatever. A lot of people tend to put that stuff like outside their actual front door, like in their living room or something to go outside. I like to put that in my bedroom though. To me that feels more important to put it in the bedroom than to put it like in the hallway leading out to the door or whatever. Anyway, next day. Compared to yesterday, the commander is now more accustomed to being in a virtual world. I hit the wrong button on my keyboard. But the first sight that greets them on the moment they get off the train is still the same irksome face. You came early, Commander. Did you not sleep well last night? I can see that you have a lot of questions. Feel free to ask them. I'll answer them if I'm in the mood. Why me? You could have just eliminated you? Haha, that's true. But you are special, at least to these dolls, who have been given the important task of constructing this ground. It's fascinating, isn't it? They don't remember anything about you. But when they are around you, their neuroclouds are unexpectedly calm and stable. If you can stay with them, we won't have to take other measures to keep trying to stabilize the neuroclouds. You want to use me as a shepherd. Take it however you want. I won't let you get your way. The fact that I'm being so transparent about our plans shows that I'm confident. Let's talk about something more immediate. Mizukane claps her hands as if to summon somebody. Along with number 390, a new temporary guide will be accompanying you for your tour today. You don't seem very interested. You were just asking me where your companions were so desperately yesterday. Boys, Kirin. Boys hasn't cleared her thought inspection yet. She will only be granted entry to Z, Sector 2Z64 when she passes the inspection. Then it must be Kirin. Bingo. With a smile, Mizukane slowly joins the crowd. The commander can detect a hint of mockery in her eyes. I'll leave it to you then, Commander. Enjoy your day, and I hope you'll like the gift we prepared for you. Mizukane disappears amidst the busy crowd in an instant, like a hermit crab burrowing into the sand. Just as the commander sighs in relief, a hand taps her shoulder lightly. Hey, Commander. You know what? I also made, like, this distinction, like, in the last stream, too, about, like, how, like, this, like, virtual reality world is different from Regressy. So, it seems like you can still feel pain and you can still eat and sleep or whatever like that. However, the difference definitely, like, is in the way it's run. And that's because in Regressy, the commander is running the Oasis. And here, somebody else is running, like, this virtual reality, like 2Z64 or whatever it's called. And they're running things very differently. And like I said, like, this world is definitely, like, trying to, like, keep everything neutral. There's no fun in this world. Everyone works, and they just survive, basically. And that's basically, like, their version of paradise, where, like, no one is sad, but no one's happy either, you know? In Regressy, though, like, if you were to isolate the Oasis by itself, and, like, not think about, like, all of Regressy, where people had to fight the Entropics and shit, if you just think about, like, just, like, the Oasis, honestly seems to be about as close as you can get to, like, being like almost like a perfect utopia. Like they have good food, people are able to like pursue their hobbies, people are able to like basically like give like an actual contribution to like, you know, their city, which is the Oasis in this case. They have law enforcements for those that like to do bad things, you know, like Flores and Chelsea or whatever. They have like they begin put in detention for that or whatever, but like they don't have like real crime or anything like that. But they still have ways to punish people. I don't know. Like, I guess what I'm saying is that I guess the commander is a better leader than the one that's doing this virtual reality. The commander's got a good beat on things. Now you could make the argument though that the circumstances are a little bit different. In Magressy, everyone already knows that they're an AI, with the exception of the professor. And then also, there are enemies that they're fighting. You know, like they're fighting the Entropics, they're fighting the Sanctifiers, and things like that. So like they are at war with like other factions and shit. So it's not entirely peaceful, but at least within the concept of just the Oasis itself, and even Burbank, the Oasis, the Burbank sector, and shit like that. Like it just seems, I don't know, it seems just so much more peaceful. It seems a lot better compared to like this neutral, unfeeling utopia that we got here, basically. Urine, are you okay? I'm fine. Did they do anything to you? What about boys? They didn't do anything to me, so don't worry. Boys is fine as well. Urine gives the commander one of her characteristics cheerful wings. Even though Purin has now appeared before them safe and sound, the commander still feels a little uneasy. But they cannot quite put their finger on why. Let's go! I hear they prepared a generous gift for you. Let's go check it out. Hold on. Not bothering to wait for the commander's answer, Purin just grabs their arm and starts running. In an unknown sector, unknown area, sector 2Z64. Alright, so like I gotta judge this background I'm seeing here. Alright, so remember, no alcohol, no video games. There tends to be like almost like no fun in general. So I see stands and shit here, but like what are these stands for? I feel like they all can't be just food stands. Because like you could only have like so many different variations of potatoes, right? So they all just can't be food stands. So I guess maybe like there's a flower stand. There's like a flower stand. Maybe there's a potato taco stand or something. Shit, like I had to think about like what they're even allowed to have now, right? Like, huh. I mean, the Sakura trees are nice, don't get me wrong. I got nothing without more context. I need more context, basically. Cherry blossoms are not currently in season, but in this virtual world, the blooming of the flowers is not restricted by climate. At this moment, the cherry blossoms are in full bloom on both sides of the road. They are blooming so ferociously that it is as if they would never see the light of day again if they didn't show their very best now. You know what would also be a nice thing too about virtual reality cherry blossoms? When they fall down the ground, guess what? Couldn't you just make them like disappear when they fall on the ground or something? So you don't have to sweep them up. Because I think that's what I think that's like they need volunteers for that. I think like every area in Japan that has like a cherry blossoms in bloom, like they always have like a janitor. They got like a janitor or something that has to like go and like sweep up like all the cherry blossoms. But here they can just like make them disappear. So the cherry blossoms flow down, they rain down, and people's like, oh, that's so beautiful. And then like when they hit the ground, they disappear. And then that way like you don't have to like sweep them up and shit. Yeah. You wanted the trees are custom made or they copy pasta? Couldn't they also just use like a random algorithm? Like, they could have one tree, and then they could just like randomize the leaf placements. They could randomize the branches or whatever within those certain parameters. So the trees don't have to all be copy pasta. They would just be similar. They would be close enough, basically, to each other, but they wouldn't be 100% the same. So that probably makes more sense, right? Just randomize. It's kind of like randomize the tree placements, I guess. Literally just program the trees to not shed any leaves or flowers in the first place. Well, no, you do want them to shed their leaves and flowers because that's what makes them beautiful. Like, take maple trees, like during the fall season, like in America. Like, people love it when the leaves fall. Like, when the leaves fall on the ground and when you walk and you get the crunch sound under your feet, people like that actually. But then of course like sweeping up afterwards kind of sucks though. But you do want the leaves to fall. So that's why like I say like there's got to be like a middle ground though. So the middle ground is that like they still fall and then like after like a certain amount of time then they disappear. So that way no one has to clean them up. Oh, like daffodils, right? Like people like it when daffodils when the petals get blown in the wind. People like that. Like it's ambient and shit. Oh, and snow. So people also like fall in snow, but they also want snow to pile up a little bit. But like, what was it? Like 3 inches of snow is cute, but like 3 feet of snow is a problem. I think like that was like the same that I heard back then. So like you could also like make virtual snow so that way like it piles up a little bit. So that way like it's cute on the ground. But then like make it so that way the snow it can't get above like 5 or 6 feet or something. Because like think about it, like you want to have a snowball fight, right? Like you want snow to fall, but you still want it on the ground because you want to have a snowball fight. And you also like want to scoop up snow. So you need like a couple inches. You definitely need a couple inches of snow to actually do that. So you just don't want the snow to get too high. So in the virtual reality world, you can set a limit. You can set a limit to like how high the snow gets. But yeah, like in Japan though, like that's why okay, so people in Japan like they have picnics. They like put blankets around. They want to see the cherry blossoms actually fall. And then like also like it's also like there's a lot of good omens for cherry blossoms falling, especially if they fall in your tea. Like you're drinking tea. You're drinking like your green tea underneath the cherry blossom and like a cherry blossom leaf falls into your tea. That's good. That's a good thing. That means like that's good luck and shit. Like, may you prosper. May you live and prosper for, like, the rest of the year or something. And then also, like, there's also, like, another cute thing, too, where, like, if the cherry blossom leaf, like, falls on your nose or something, then, like, that's also like, supposed to be, like, a really, like, good omen and shit. Oh, wait, did I skip that? Kieran waves her hand, and a warm breeze blows the cherry blossom petal over. The petal lands lightly in the commander's hair like a souvenir. What is this place? A newly developed area, probably for commercial use. It's a pretty neat idea to open a little shop amongst these perpetually blooming cherry blossom trees. Yeah, but what kind of shops are even allowed there? Open a little shop? What do you mean? I'm guessing they're worried you'd get restless, so they thought of something for you to do. That's just ridiculous. They're taking everything from me, and now they throw me a bone just to keep me busy? Kieran makes no response to the commander's anger. He simply shrugs and smiles. Like a naughty kitten that pushes her owner's favorite cup off the table, or staring them down. Don't be angry, Commander. They don't mean to offend you. Yo, she's been brainwashed like everybody else. Kieran, What on earth happened to you? Nothing. We had a bit of a disagreement when we first met. But it's all good now. I call sus. I don't believe that for a second. What do you mean it's all good now? I call bullshit. Oh. I tapped too fast. Don't you think things have turned out pretty well, Commander? The Commander has a hard time associating the Purian standing before them with the girl they met before. She was so angry when she first heard about what they had gone through. Alright, stop sulking, and let's go check out your gift. By the way, number 390 will be coming. Number 390? Did you call her number 390? Number 390 over here. See, look at it. That's already sus. Because, like, if they truly didn't do anything to her, then she wouldn't be calling her 390. She would be calling her by her other name. It's 433. Call her 433. Yo, all these numbers are getting kind of confusing, not gonna lie. I remember when I first started getting into Girls Frontline, it took me a while just to, like, associate the fucking gun names with, like, the character. WA 2000, you know, like, Boom 45, Boom 9, MP5, you know, like all these numbers and shit. M16. Like, I feel like Conco was easier for me to, like, associate names with the ship, because Conco and I guess Asia Lane is, like, more like actual names, you know? You got Mutsu, you know, you got Akagi. Akagi and Kaga are actual real names anyway. Yeah, like like Inazuma, you know, like they're actual names, you know, in Conco and Asia Lane. But here it took me a while. It took me over to, like, associate the gun names and shit. Amidst the cherry blossom petals dancing across the sky, the wary and slightly anxious face comes to the commander's view again. That's why Project Neurocloud, I think, is also a good compromise for people who like can't also get used to the gun names in GFL. Since Project Neurocloud, they actually have names. They have names in Project Neurocloud. And then, to be fair, they have names in Girls Frontline 2. Girls Frontline 2 gives them their names again. Amidst the cherry blossom petals dancing across the sky, the wary and slightly anxious face comes to the commander's view again. Hey, hello, Commander. After some careful reflection, I must admit that the service I provided yesterday as your guide was not up to standard. And then you get 100Z number for Germans. Yeah, very robotic. Very, very robotic. Like, at least like other countries had names too, like Baltimore or whatever like that. You got Baltimore or whatever. You know, you got American ships also had, like, real names as well. You know, so they were easier to remember. I would try my best to give you a better experience today. Please give me another chance. Oh, you know what? I remember too. I remember when Conco was, like, in the prime of its, like, popularity. Like, do you know, like, how many, like, fucking indie devs tried to copy Conco's, like, exact system, and, like, they didn't go anywhere? Like, they all lasted for, like, not even a year. They would last, like, fucking months before, like, they would have to, like, shut down again or something. Like, there was an airplane girl. There was a very extremely short-lived airplane girl, like, gacha game. I think it was literally live for, like, 4 months. It was in production. It was in, like, development for, like, I think 7 months. And then, like, it came out after 7 months. And they just got, like, a lot of deviant artists and some Pixip artists to do the art for the girls or whatever. And it was online for, like, 4 to 5 months. And then, like, it was just taken off because, like, they just couldn't sustain it or something. I think it was actually bad leadership or whatever like that. There was an airplane girl, like, Conco's ripoff. And then there was, like, so many ship girl ripoff. Oh my god, like, I counted like 7. There was at least 7 like ship girl games besides Conco that came out after Conco, when Conco really started to like hit their like base popularity, and a lot of games were trying to copy them. Like the resource management, right? Like it's always 4. It's always like 4 resource managements. Like, so it's like ammo and metal, metal and parts or something like that. You know, like a lot of these games try to do something like that or whatever. There was tank girls. I remember tank girls. There was tank girls. There was airplane girls. And then I also remember there was also supposed to be like an animal one, but like not Kimono Friends though. This was another one besides Kimono Friends. And like for them, it's like, again, it was a Conco ripoff though. So like there was also like a resource system. So instead of like ammo and shit, it was things like things like meat and like vegetarian food or whatever for like your herbivores and carnivores. And then I think parts were still there as well and shit. Yeah, so many Conco ripoffs. It's like you guys don't get what made Conco popular. You guys like don't even build upon it, right? Like I think Asia Lane did a pretty good job of like building upon Conco. Like even if you were to consider Asia Lane a Conco ripoff, they still did a good job to actually like try to like differentiate from Conco and make it better. Because Asia Lane, I think, is a better game than Conco, but I still wouldn't play it because I didn't like it anyway when I tried it. But if they were to come out at the exact same time, like Asia Lane and Conco, if they came out at the exact same time and had the same development cycle, and it was just a coincidence that they came out, I think people would have played Asia Lane and not Conco. Because Conco was bare bones. Like, Conco really doesn't have gameplay. Conco is random dice simulator. Like, there is like almost no control from the player for Conco's gameplay. Like, you set up you spend a lot of time in like the game menu, like setting up your squads, and then after that you go do a stage, and then you're done. Jesus, take the wheel. Like, that's the gameplay of Conco for the most part. Jesus, take the wheel. Like, there was literally nothing you could do. And then, like, if you didn't make it to the boss, guess what? You gotta try again. Oh, wait, I can't do it again. Because, like, they have no more morale. They're tired. Well, I can either try sending, like, a different group, but that different group might be not as leveled up, or I could just wait. I might have to wait now and, like, wait for them to not be tired no more. And Jesus is not good at driving. I will say, though, like, when I first started playing Conco, the permadeath thing definitely took me by surprise. Like, who would have thought permadeath would be something that they would actually want to keep? And then, like, I think it was Fuji. I think Fuji's the one that recommended I play Girls Frontline when it came out, because, like, I got kicked out of Conco and I couldn't play Conco no more. So, because Fuji was all like, oh, it has, like, the same resource system as Conco, you might like it. I gave it a try after, like, half of chat kept on, like, whining about it. And then, like, I liked it. So, like, I actually continued to play it then. But, like, I actually legit thought not Conco. I actually legit thought Girls Frontline also had a permadeath system. Like, I assumed it had a permadeath system. So, like, I did my best to make sure that, like, my girls, like, wouldn't get to, like, 0 HP and shit. Because I was like, oh my god, like, don't die. Don't die, don't die. Can you imagine if this game had a permadeath system, and then, like, you actually lost, like, M4A1 or something? Like, imagine imagine losing anti-rain. It's like, oh shit, the main character died. So, yeah. Like, damn, bro. It's like, hey, my M4A1 died, and I can't get another one. So I guess my story's over. Like, my game's over now, because I lost the main character, you know? You thought WoW had a permadeath? You know what? I can see why you might think that, because WoW's death is kind of funny. The way they do death in WoW. I can kind of see why you would think that. Imagine trying to get M4 back. It's just like story for reals. I know, right? Like when you lose M4, you actually need to go and get her back. In Conco, everyone's expendable in Conco. So like, you could just like throw away at anyone in Conco. So in Conco, you know, it is what it is, as I would say. Now, to be fair, in Conco, they do have equipment. They have equipment, and one of the equipment is called a rescue ferry. If you equip a rescue ferry onto your Conco girl, and they get to 0 HP, the rescue ferry does save them. Basically, it does save them. However, the thing is that like if you put a rescue ferry on your ship girl, you're basically going with the intention that like you think they're going to die, and like that's kind of weird because if you put the rescue ferry on them, that means that like you're replacing another equipment they could have had. Like you could have given them like more offensive equipment, you could have given them more defensive equipment. But instead, you gave them a rescue ferry, and the rescue ferry only goes into effect if they die. So it's kind of like a weird chicken and egg scenario. Because if they die, you needed it. If they didn't die, then you didn't need it. You could have just gave them like another gun or something, and like you could have killed the boss faster or some shit like that. So yeah. Honestly, do you know what also made me think that Girls Frontline also had a permanent death system? The fact that like in the options menu is the option for the tactical retreat thing. So that way when your girls get into like heavy damage, they automatically retreat. So, cause that same system is in Conco. In Conco, when your girls get heavy damage the first time, they go into tactical retreat mode. So that way they don't get down to 0 HP. So Girls Frontline has the exact same system, so I thought to myself, oh wait, like, that's to make sure you girls don't get to 0 HP. Fuck, this game has permadeath in it. But now I know that, like, the only reason why that exists now is for affection. Because if your girls get to 0 affection, they go to 0 HP, they lose affection. The whole squad loses 5, but then like, the one that dies, though, loses 10, though. But then, like, shit, like at my fucking level though, like I don't care anymore now. If I actually lose affection on anybody, like I have cake. I have a lifetime supply of cake, so oh no, I lost like 20 affection on like one of my girls. Hey, let me give you some cake. There, you love me now. You're back to 100. It's way harder to like try to get morale in Conco though. You basically have to farm stage 1-1 just to farm morale for them. And then like that way you can actually play the game. It's super annoying. And then of course like when they have low morale, they have a higher chance of dying also. So like if you send unhappy girls in Conco into battle, they may just die. They may just drop dead just by being unhappy. So you can only send happy girls on missions in Conco, because morale's a big issue. Yeah, Conco felt like a fucking management game sometimes, because like with how much like was out of the player's hand like once you're in combat. So you do all you can at base. And then you send them out, and then you just hope. You just hope that they get to the boss, basically. There is so much that was like out of your hands. So yeah. And then, I kind of don't like how fucking Conco... Okay, wait, I kind of like it, but I kind of don't like it. It is kind of cool that Conco has, like, a fucking historical accuracy thing, where it's like, if you bring ship girls to certain maps, where it's historically accurate, like, for, like, the battle name or something, then, like, you know, like, you could actually get to the boss sooner or something like that, or whatever. But then, like, it also kind of sucks too, because like some stages actually require it. And guess what? The game gives you no hint, like at all either. So like, if you didn't know like what happened at like the battle of the Gulf or whatever like that, like Gulf or whatever sea, if you didn't know like what ships were like historically accurate, and you send in like a random amount of ships or whatever, you may never get to the boss because the boss requires that you be historically accurate or whatever like that. But then, like, guess what? The historically accurate squad kind of sucks because, you know, they were ambushed or something. Like, historically, the squad was ambushed. That's why it sucks. But you need to be historically accurate to even get to the boss in the first place. Because you're playing a game, right? So when you send out your best units to go and fight the boss, that makes sense, right? So you go into a stage, and it's all like, okay, I'm gonna send out all my battleships because that's my strongest units. And then, like, guess what? Like, you're never gonna get to the boss. Like, you have a 0% chance of getting to the boss. You gotta find out what's historically accurate. And then, like, you know, you have two options for that. You could either, like, fucking read a history book, or you could just read a guide that someone else made. So I would always go to, like, this Conco forums, basically, to, like, look up the guide. And, like, you know, like, the fucking pro players already figured it out. So they're like, oh, like, for this battle, in order to get to the boss, you have to have, like, 3 destroyers, and then, like, 2 light cruisers. Oh, but the 2 light cruisers has to be these 2 specific light cruisers. And then the 3 destroyers could be whatever. It's like, oh, fine, or whatever, you know? And then, like, for another stage, they'd be like, oh, for this stage, it has to be all submarines. Because that's historically accurate. Like, I hated that aspect of Conco, honestly. Because I was like, man, like, it'd be nice if the game kind of told you, but it doesn't, though. The game legitimately tells you nothing. So, like, I didn't know it had to be historically accurate. But that's a thing, though. You gotta be historically accurate. Now, I have read, to be fair, that they have eased up on that, though, like, later on. So, it's less more about historically being accurate, but, like, if you are historically accurate, those characters get a buff now. So, if you bring, like, the Conco girls that were actually, like, at the Battle of the Bronx or whatever like that, then they actually get buffed, so they do better. And then, like, you can actually still get to the boss or something. But a lot of the earlier, like, chapters, you had to be historically accurate. And then you just legitimately cannot get to the boss. It sucked. Number 390 bows slightly and holds out a hand to the commander. Oh, I went too fast. Just shake your hand already. Don't keep us waiting all day. Looks like she won't move until her handshake is accepted. The commander reaches out to shake number 390's hand. Thank you for your trust. I will not let you down. Okay, I've complained about this thing before. I know it's a gacha game thing. I completely understand that this is a gacha game thing. And, like, it's because I've been spoiled from playing, like, actual single-player erogaze and single-player dating sims and shit. But it does kind of annoy me when I'm in a scene like this and the girls still have their guns on them. Like, they wouldn't. Especially, like, not in this context where, like, you know, we're, like, in a virtual reality, like, civilian situation. Like, everyone is just a civilian right now. Like, they wouldn't have their guns on them. They wouldn't, like, have, like, a fucking grenade, like, on their holster or something like that. But, like, I understand that, like, this is a gacha game, so, like, they're just copying and pasting, like, the PNG file. It's like, I'm used to, like, visual novels and, like, erogaze where, like, every character has, like, 5 or 6 different poses or something. So that way, like, it always, like, fits the scenario, you know, like that. And then, like, for the main characters, like, the dateable waifus, they'd have, like, 20. They would have, like, 20 different poses because, like, of those 20 poses, like, 4 poses would be dedicated to, like, different clothing or something. So it's like, oh, like, here's the girl in a school uniform, and then, like, here's the happy, sad, smile, like, depressed, like, emotions. And then, like, here's the same girl, but now she's in her casual clothes. And now, like, here's, like, the happy face, here's a sad face, here's the depression face or whatever, here's the blushing face. And then, like, here's the same girl, but now she's in her underwear, because that's supposed to be the intimate scene. Like I got spoiled from that, from single-player, you know, visual novels. But gacha games don't do that. Most gacha games just copy and paste everything, because, you know, they're not going to give, like, every girl like 5 or 6 poses. I understand that. I do. I just don't like seeing it. It's like, basically, I should be happy enough that a game actually gives a different expression of it. Like, you know, like a sad face or a happy face. Like, they still have the same body though. Like, the body will still be the same, but at least the expression might be different. It's like only like very rare scenarios where you actually see like a different body pose. I know that 45 has that. I know that 45 actually has like a couple different poses. That's because like she's got like main character status. And I know that M4A1. M4A1 also has a couple different poses as well. But again, main character status. They're the exception to the rule. That's better. You're not the Purin that I know. I've only known you for like, at least the commander. The commander's only known Purin for like a couple days. And like that she's not the one that he knows. Like, do you know like who I think also like deserves like different like poses? I think like Dandelion deserves it. Because like Dandelion seems like she has like a very like aloof like personality. Like she seems kind of like trolly in a way, like a kind of like a gremlin. So like I kind of feel like she would actually have like very like flowy poses or something. Especially with how like Dandelion is always like joking around with Star and shit. I feel like she would have that. And then like if M16 was allowed to have different poses, M16 would definitely have a pose where like she's holding like a bottle of Jack Daniels. Oh, and Sopmod. Sopmod would have a lot of different poses too. Sopmod would have like a lot of like different like fun poses. If this was like a single player visual novel, you know? I've also made this complaint too like in Nikkei, because like, okay, at least in Nikkei, most of the Nikkei girls like basic poses, or basic standard pose, it doesn't give them a gun actually. They don't have their gun with them like in their standard pose, which I like in Nikkei, but like, some of the other girls have like extra accessories, which they shouldn't have all the time. Like, Sugar has her motorcycle with her. Even though, like, you know, we're like inside the building and she has her motorcycle with her. And then Biscuit has her dogs with her all the time. It's like she shouldn't have that with her or whatever. What if Resident Evil had a collab with GFL? That'd be kind of cool. Unfortunately, I don't think that one would happen. Not because of Capcom. I don't think it'll happen because, like, they're not allowed to use the word zombie in Girls Frontline. So, like, unless, like, they're fine with just using the word elit for everything in Girls Frontline, I don't think it'll happen with the weird rules that GFL has. Or not GFL, Mika. With the weird rules that Mika has in place, I'm not sure it'll happen. There's a lot of, like, real weird things that have to follow when they do collabs. I mean, I would love it, though, because, like, obviously we have zombies. We have zombies in GFL. But, like, if anything, we might get a Resident Evil collab for GFL 2, but not GFL 1. And the only reason why I say that is because in GFL 1, zombies are really not, like, a bad guy in GFL 1. Like, zombies are more like a mob enemy in GFL 1. We don't care about zombies in GFL 1. We care more about, like, the terrorist attacks, and we care about fighting other humans. In Girls Frontline 2, though, zombies are more of a main enemy in GFL 2. So, it might make more sense to do a Capcom collab in GFL 2 than in GFL 1. So, who knows? Who knows? I also feel like, too, that, like, Capcom is also, like, unfortunately, like, one of those third-party companies that, like, also, like, demands too much. That's also why we didn't get the Sega collab in Girls Frontline. But Sega was at fault, too, though. Sega demanded way too much from Mika, so, like, that's why that one fell through. But unfortunately, like, we're not gonna get the Honkai Impact collab anymore either in Girls Frontline, because, like, the Honkai Impact studio, it is also, like, very, very crummy to work with. So, yeah. Mika has like a bad rap when it comes to like trying to get like collab permissions. But like again though, like it might not be like fully Mika's fault though. It does seem like it's always the fault of the third party company. It like that might be more of a problem with third party companies rather than like Mika themselves. But I also know that to be fair, Mika has to follow like a lot of Chinese laws, and Chinese laws kind of be weirdly strict on certain aspects. If it's like an indie thing, indie things are like really easy for them to like collab with. But like any kind of like major studio is pretty hard to deal with though, because major studios ask for like a lot of money, or they ask for like free usage of like character assets, and that's something that Mika is not willing to give out to like other companies and stuff. It was because Valhalla's an indie game. It really was. So like Valhalla lets them do whatever they want with it. You know? It was such a good one. Definitely. It's too bad that Nirvana is taking forever to come out. I feel like when Nirvana comes out, I'm just gonna forget. I'm literally gonna forget that Nirvana is even a thing once it finally comes out. I'm gonna need somebody to remind me when Nirvana comes out, because at this point, I kind of already forgot about it. DJ Max was pretty easy too. DJ Max wasn't bad at all as well. Just because like DJ Max is like a Korean-based game, so maybe Korean-based games are like easier to do than Japanese games. Maybe I don't really know about that. But DJ Max was nice too, though. Jashin, Dropkick Jashin Chama, Jashin was also pretty random. But because it's like a fucking no-name anime that like nobody fucking watched, that might be why it was easy for them to do. Like, here's the thing. Good luck trying to get a fucking Dragon Ball like collab with Girls Frontline. Like, that's probably not gonna happen. Like, Shonen Jump would probably be like really hard to work with, right? Dragon Ball ain't gonna happen. But Dropkick Jashin-chan was kind of like a very niche anime, so that was like very easy for them to work with. But yeah, I don't see anything like Gundam or Dragon Ball happening anytime soon. What? High pitch sound? What? I'm looking at the waveform for I'm looking at the waveform for the microphone. I don't see anything. Oh, wait. Were you hearing my bottle? I was opening up my bottle next to the microphone. I wonder if you heard the squeaky noises from my bottle. That's some ASMR. That's some ASMR shit right there. I wonder if that's what you heard. Sometimes I have snacks. Sometimes I have snacks next to the microphone, and I'm either eating or I'm snacking sometimes. I wonder if that's what you're... I try to keep it away from the mic when I can. But yeah, I'm looking at the microphone right now. I don't see any squeaky. I did change my mixer like last month. I'm using a new mixer, so my new mixer now is like much more higher quality. So like I don't have the same kind of like sound interference that like I used to with my old mixer. I was using like a Yamaha. I was using like a Yamaha like Y500 for like the past like 5 years. It was a pretty good mixer. It was like $120 when I bought it, but I've upgraded my mixer now. This mixer is like $300. This is a $300 mixer, so it better be good. I mean, it's what everyone else is using. Although, like, I guess it's outdated now, but like, it's still new for me anyway. And I got it on sale. So technically, I didn't pay $300 for it, but it is a $300 mixer though. But like I said, I got it on sale though. So I'm happy. I'm happy with it. This one actually has a lot more inputs in it. So like I could actually plug in like my game console and my computer into different inputs, and then I can control the different volumes from those separately, not in OBS actually. That means like if there's an OBS setting that I don't have for it, my mixer probably has a setting for it, so I could do it on its own now. And then I also have like, oh, I haven't done it yet, but like this mixer also has like a soundboard that like I could hotkey and shit. I haven't done it because like I don't know what to even put on my soundboard, but there's like a soundboard buttons on it though. But right now they have nothing. I also think too that like, let me see if this one's working. Oh, it works, right? At the beep. Yeah, the beep works. There's also like a lot of like inner effects too that I could also do on this mixer. Like I could do like a robot sound effect, and I could do like underwater sound effects and shit like that. That's like pre-programmed into it. But then I can also like make my own effects too. I haven't worked that much with this mixer yet, because I only had it for like a month. But I definitely want to like do things with it, and then maybe I could do things with that like on stream or something. I don't know like how many different hotkeys I want to use this mixer on with, but that might be a stream idea, just to like come up with like different stuff for it. Or not a stream idea, but more like something I would do for stream. Commander, this is a store that Sector 2Z64 has prepared for you. Since its specific purpose hasn't been decided yet, the signboard and interior decorations are still blank and empty. Do you have any ideas? No, I didn't come here to open a shop. I see. Then please tell me your plans. The commander turns to meet number 390. Clear eyes with mixed feelings. Yeah, I'm seeing like so much like Project NeuroCloud like semblance here. Like in NeuroCloud, the commander goes into Magressi. He assumes the form of the professor, but like he already has a clear goal, and the clear goal is to get all the AIs out of the Magressi server. So he already has a mission. However, because the mission is gonna like take a while though, he allows himself to like have free time. He has free time. He's not constantly working. He goes on dates with the girls or something. Here though, his mission is technically the same thing. His mission is to get the T-dolls out from like this fake virtual reality world and into the real world. But there's a really big difference here though. The big difference here though is that like the girls have been mind wiped, and also like he has already met technically the system admin here, and the system admin is telling him that like he has no control and you're gonna live here. I want you to live here in this virtual reality world. So like you meet the admin, but the admin's saying that like you're not gonna go back to the real world though, you know? We're gonna put your brain in a jar. We're gonna digitize your brain or something, you know? So like very similar premise to Project NeuroCloud, but like a very, very like different reason though, very different outcome. Don't worry about anything. Please just go ahead and tell me. Helping you open a shop that's to your liking is my mission today. Alright, you enjoy living like a caveman. You enjoy that power cut. Whatever, it can be anything. The commander never quite knows how to deal with this doll, who is extremely serious about everything. Judging by your career track record, the most suitable type of shop for you to run is a general agency that takes all kinds of odd jobs. Technically that is what Griffin does. Because like Griffin is supposed to be a PMC, so technically Griffin does take like smaller jobs that the military doesn't want to take. I think I see what Miss Isaki is getting. What exactly do you mean? In the time that it takes the commander to sit down on a chair and lets out a sigh, number 390 has already cleaned up the shop and found his empty signboard. Anything goes. 390 prints out the words carefully on the signboard and hangs it up in the most eye-catching spot outside the shop. Very nice. What are you doing? Making adjustments to the operations of the shop according to your wishes. The commander stares at the signboard and sighs, but when it occurs to them that they should let her do what she wants and just stay out of her way. And do whatever jobs that come your way. I'll be running a promotional campaign for you. Wait! New store opening! New store opening! Taking all sorts of odd jobs. Just make your request. Purin? As Purin bounds further and further away, the commander makes to go after her, but 390 blocks their way. Please don't interrupt Miss Isaki while she works. Without a promotion campaign, nobody would know about the opening of your new business. But I didn't even want this to begin with. Then what is it you want? The commander knows full well that 390 is simply asking what they want regarding the business, but that does not stop their mind from wandering. Once the thought did cross the commander's mind, when they saw the trenches littered with doll carcasses, when they realized there's no going back to the familiar base in Area SO9. Ah, yes, Area SO9. Be a commander, they said. It would be fun, they said. It'll be easy, they said. Listen, just go there, go fight some rogue robots, go take down said rogue robot leader, and then come back home and be a hero. Easy. You can knock that out in like a couple years. And look where we're at now. We're smack dab in the middle of like fucking like eco-terrorist and like techno-terrorist, and all of a sudden we're a lapdog for the government. We can't say no, otherwise we go to jail. I should have listened to my mom and just be a dentist. The commander did once dream of taking the dolls somewhere they could live a more simple and quiet life. Hey, that's Magressi. That's literally the Oasis. Hey, I have returned in triumph. Look, I brought a customer with me. Hello. Oh my god, it's Honey Badger! Does this shop really take any job? Yes, number 203. This is the shop owner. No, wait, let me hear. Please help me. The shop owner is known as the commander. Call me Professor, darling. I go by Professor. Commander, please help me find pets. Go on. The commander suddenly feels like they are losing the plot and forgetting which universe they're in. Oh my god. Are we in Project Neurocloud or are we in Gross Frontline? For a second, they almost think they have returned to the command room at the Area SO9, where Honey Badger often came stumbling in, begging for help. Please calm down and describe Pet's physical appearance and the circumstances when you last saw her. Alright, Pet is black and white. Honey Badger. She's a Honey Badger. Has she climbed over the wall and run away again? How did you know? You're amazing! Someone eating a lollipop probably passed by the wall and draws her attention. Hey, it's Lynn! I don't care what anyone says, I'm gonna call her Lynn from now on. There's a large chance this person has pink hair. Oh, wait. Not Lynn? Oh. I thought it was AA12, but I guess not AA12. AA12 does not have pink hair. Oh, now that you mention it, I haven't seen number 28 today. I'm gonna ask her about this. Thank you so much for your help, Commander. Number 203 gives them a hasty wave and rushes off. Oh, your first job went very well. Wait here. I'll go find more customers for you. Crap. What's wrong? You forgot to ask for payment. That's fine. Think of it as part of a promotional campaign to gain more popularity on our first day. Yo, this music that's playing right now, it's so like not Girls Frontline music. This is like some like generic ass like visual novel music right here. Let me see. I'm trying to think of like where would you play this kind of music? This music is a little bit too upbeat to be like your casual day-to-day music. This sounds like a more like serious kind of music, like maybe when like the player character is about to do something like be more like assertive or something. Oh, so like this could be the music that plays when like the player character is like at school, because it's gotta be a school setting, and the girl that he wants to go on a date with or something, like she's about to like get on the bus or something to like go back home, but like the player character wants to tell her that like she could stay here and not go back home or something. Back home being like 2 cities down or some shit. So like he's running, the music is playing, and like maybe even some of the other side characters are helping him too, like they're helping him to away and shit. Because maybe the girl will only listen to him. The girl will only listen to the player character. Like she won't listen to anybody else or something. Yeah, I can kind of see like this music playing for that. Like the music that says something's about to happen, you know? Commander, I thought you were very against the idea of running this shop. If you knew, why'd you work so hard on this thankless mission? That's because an elite should always carry out her missions to the best of her ability. How did you know? Before the commander can even answer, someone is already tugging on their sleeve. Oh my god, it's WA 2000! WA 2000 was like my OG waifu, before 416 came in the picture. Yeah, like, it took me a while. It took me a while to kind of warm up to 416. And that was because I didn't know 416 was voiced by Ai Nanaka. Once I realized that she was voiced by Ai Nanaka, I was like, oh boy! And then she became my favorite instantly. Yeah, WA 2000 was old waifu. Unfortunately, she's not waifu no more. Hello, I heard from Mrs. Saki over there that this was a new shop that could take on any job. Hello, number 48. How can we help you? They couldn't just call her 2000? Like, she already has a number. She legit... Actually, now that I think about it, they could have called her 433. She literally already has a number. They could have just called her 433 instead, but... I guess that maybe she would like associate that with her memories or something, so they had to give her a new number. I don't know. To tell the truth, I've been working to improve my cooking skills lately, but nobody wants to try my cooking, so I don't really know how to get better. Wait, I can't take this. I understand. You would like us to be your critics, is that right? Leave that to us. We'll definitely give you an unbiased feedback. No, this really isn't. We can totally do this. Thank you. I brought my cooking with me. The commander tries to turn and flee, but number 48 is still taking our lunchbox, but 390 catches them. An elite should always carry out their missions as best their ability. Several hours later... Oh. The commander finally has a chance to catch a break. They immediately lock up the shop and call it a day. I didn't expect it to be such hard work. I'm pooped. And whose fault is this? Thank you for hard work today. And to you. The commander leans against their desk weakly. They're starting to hate how physical sensations are rendered so realistically in the simulated world. Well, Commander, if you hate that, you must hate Megressi then. Like, the Commanders came so close to dying in Megressi a few times. I still need to submit a report back to the office, so I'll take my leave now. Misisaki, Commander, please have a good rest. Right. You too. See you tomorrow, Commander. Number 390's Leaf figure disappears through the gap of the half-closed door. The ward is once again silent. The commander turns to look at Purin, who is just standing there. Huh, what? Now it's just you and me. Don't you think you owe me an explanation? Huh? What explanation? About your attitude. My attitude? I know many things that have happened that you find difficult to accept, but I'll stay and help you solve your problems. I swear I'll put a stop to their evil plan. Bring your dolls back to you and get home as a hero. I won't let them get their way using their AI again. Flashback. Came to stop Shimamura and Misakane, but why are you now on their side? You misunderstood me. Misunderstood you. What I've always wanted is to make the world a better place with no more darkness. And you think you can do that here? Yes, I do believe it. You must be thinking I've gone crazy, but Commander, you also have had a lot of fun today, didn't you? Compared to the ruthless battlefield, where one wrong move could have dire consequences, a peaceful and ordinary life is much more precious, don't you think? But that doesn't mean we should escape to the virtual world. Does it even matter? To me, even the Griffin base is just a virtual world that I entered via a network connection. But I still care about you, who is from that world. Now, I know this is quite the conundrum. While you puzzle it out, try to experience more of Sector 2Z64. May end up finding an answer. I'll log off for now. Sure, I'm going too. Good night. Erin jumps to pat the commander on the head, and then she leaves the stream. Alone on the quiet street, the commander is suddenly awash with memories of what transpired here in the tiny shop during the day. They ended up toiling through the entire afternoon. The shop was bursting with dolls who came with all kinds of bizarre requests. A doll wanted a critique on her poetry. Another wanted someone to keep her company while she completed her daily workout. A doll needed aid in capturing a cat that she accused of being an extraterrestrial spy. Okay, I feel like I'm trying to see something here that's not there, but I really want to say that that could be applied to Project NeuroCloud, but that's probably not what this is. Because I could think of a few characters that like all of those would apply to. But I'm just going to just say it's not. Also, this is a collab. This is the Ghost in the Shell collab, so it's not canon. This is not canon anyway. Is this really what I want? No, something feels off. Oh, it's playing the music. This is like that I don't want to say sad music. This is like a serious music. This is the music that this is like the mystery music. Something's off. No, something still feels off. This superficial illusion of peace and goodness is like a heavily embroidered rug that hides all sorts of filth. Humans can never quite figure out what it is that they really want until they are confronted with the question. A ghostly voice whispers in the commander's ear, making them almost fall out of the chair. What are you doing? To see if you had a better experience today. Number 390 cares a great deal about your feedback afterward. Looks like you're gradually getting used to life in Sector 2Z64, now that you're surrounded by familiar faces. Please leave, I'm about to log out. Won't you consider our offer? What you experience with a simulated cyber brain may feel very realistic, but as time goes by, your sensory input will deteriorate. With a cyber brain, you won't have this problem. I know. Also, I warned you before, and I must remind you again. If you do something stupid and die here, you won't be able to return here ever again. Wow, so scary. I'm not joking, Commander. Especially the opportunity that you've been given. To achieve something great in a new world, or to keep struggling in an old world in shambles. The choice is yours. Suzuka Mizukane pauses at the door. By the way, in case you're not aware, Sector 2Z64 is a virtual world, but if a doll meets her demise here, her consciousness would not be able to return to her body. Essentially, she would die. Is that a threat? A threat, or a gentle reminder. Again, the choice is yours. Mizukane vanishes without a trace, as eerily as she has appeared. Leaning weakly against the desk, the commander is now covered in cold sweat. The warm and fuzzy feelings of bathing in the hot springs that they had just a minute ago is completely gone. The superficial peace and goodness has been stripped away, revealing the ugly treachery underneath the heavy rug. This isn't the utopia that Persica promised at all. It is nothing more than a puppet theory. With the so-called Big Brother pulling the strings of everything. But what about the joyful laughter all around? The world is not real, but the laughter, which the commander hasn't heard in a long time, is very much real. If such a word truly exists, a word with eternal peace, happy people, and ordinary days, even if none of it is real, even if it is artificial and contrived, so what? Will you lie down on the beautiful rug and go to sleep, or flip it over to reveal the truth it is hiding? The commander unclenches their fist and tries her best to ignore the sense of unease weighing on their mind. But this feeling that something isn't quite right just won't let them go. It slowly rises from the bottom of their feet up to their chest, like a warm current that threatens to drown them, even though it feels harmless. As if in response to their unsettling emotions, the leads outside the building suddenly start rustling. Who's there? The commander opens the door, but nobody is outside. Mizukane? Or is it Purin? What are you up to now? A wine bottle rolls in through the door. If they're not mistaken, it's the same bottle that they downed last night. Wine bottle? I thought the alcohol was banned here. Are you already thinking like one of them, Commander? Hey, it's Makoto! Under the cherry tree, outside the door stands a familiar woman. Calling her familiar may be a bit strange, after all. The commander has never exchanged a single word with her so far. But she has been silently observing the process, the entire process of the commander's transformation. Should I say pleasure to meet you? Or should I even bother with that kind of pointless pleasantries? The main character is here! Oh, yo, this is like the hero music. I remember, didn't this music play when like M4A1 went into Dandelion's body? Like in the past two events? I think it was. That won't be necessary. I know who you are. Otoko Kusanagi, Purin Eseki's superior. Purin did say she sent you a distress code. She even prepared your prosthetic. I've been using them as dummies, while waiting for you to establish a connection. My thoughts. I have indeed received a distress call. In her message, she asked us to help a poor soul who had lost everything. It took a lot of work following the clues to get here. We first had to work through some serious defenses and carry the unconscious poor soul back into the base. But after some investigation, we realized the poor soul was having so much fun in the virtual world, they weren't missing home at all. So what now? Do I just go and forget about all this? The warm water has already passed the commander's neck, like a gentle, boneless hand. It caresses their cheeks, coaxing them to sink deeper into the water. Should they succumb to the warm embrace, or should they raise their head and breathe in the cold air reality? No, please don't go. It takes the commander all the willpower, but they rise from the enticing warmth and expose themselves to the bone-chilling cold. Save me. Yo! That was pretty pog. Shit, I'm not gonna say that no more. I hate that. I try to be like the cool kids, but I hate that word because like I did not grow up with that word. That is not my internet. That was before my time. In an unknown area in Sector 2Z64, crack. The rough gravel crushed underfoot lets out an indignant groan. I understand the situation. Come this way. The commander turns and looks back uneasily. Their shop in the distance is bathed in warm and inviting mood. Don't worry, we'll make sure you get back here on time tomorrow. Yuzukani is now in the central building. Doesn't look like she's coming this way anytime soon. Good. Looks like we're still flying under the radar. This is Bato. I'm sure you know what he's made of by now. Howdy, Commander. Hello. The commander recalls the frightening sense of intimidation they felt when commanding Bato's prosthetic dummy. What about Purin? You said you saw her today. How's she doing? She seemed okay. Didn't look like she had been harmed. Right, let's get going. Shouldn't we tell her you made a connection? Has she asked you about us? No. Then there's no need to mention it to her. The Major walks towards the knight. If she does bring this up, don't tell her that you met us either. Why? Kirin is a tenacious kid. She always finishes what she started. She spent a long time investigating Shimamura's case. It's really strange how she suddenly stopped caring. Maybe she suddenly realizes it's time to let go. The commander's face falls as they think back on everything that happened earlier today. Let's leave the matter with Purin aside for now. Cutting straight to the chase. How much do you know about the situation here? All I know is that the supreme ruler of this place is being known as Big Brother. Their exact identity is unclear. Shimamura and Muzakani oversees the operations of each ministry, though they are trying to recruit me for some reason. Of course they want to recruit you. The omnipresent telescreens and the myriad of strange measures in place are all for monitoring the doll's neuroclouds, you see. If you join Sector 2Z64, the dolls will be stable, and you'll be their walking billboard as a human with successful cyberbrain conversion. Your world is such a mess that the queues of human who want to undergo the procedure would stretch all the way from Tokyo to Hokkaido. The only saving grace is that the technology is still immature at this stage. It would be a lie to say that they haven't considered undergoing the conversion. The commander's nails dig silently into their palms. My, don't tell me you were seriously tempted. We don't have much time. Before we set off, I'll fill you in on what we know. Okay. As you said, the entire Sector 2Z64 is a virtual network operating under an AI, with Shimamura and Musakane playing important roles in the operation. However, it is still unclear what exactly they are in charge of. From what we have observed, they've been trying to connect more dolls, as well as humans, who wish to attempt the cyberbrain conversion. But due to the limitations of current technology, humans can only access 2Z64 via an extremely rare piece of equipment, like the one that you're using. The commander looks down on their clenched fists, then at their physical body in the real world, which is slumbering on the equipment. According to the information that we have unearthed, the administration of Sector 2Z64 is divided amongst three ministries. The Ministry of Truth, the Ministry of Love, and the Ministry of Plenty. The first is in charge of all the news and all the entertainment. The second is of maintaining law and order. And the third of anything related to the economy. Kirin said 433 worked for the Ministry of Truth. I've also met Ibis, who was in the Ministry of Love. Ministry of Love looks like Shimamura and Misakane are still quite wary of you. Hardly surprising, they're probably trying to determine which side you choose. Hi. Let's leave the eternal dilemma for later. Bato, all set? Yep, ready whenever you are. Let's go, Commander. Where are we going? Just come with us. If you want to back out, now's the time. No. It's just that I'm usually the one giving orders. This is the first time I'm getting bossed around on the field. You don't exactly have any subordinates to give orders to, right? Isn't that why you're here? To get your dolls back and wake them from their sweet dreams? Now you worry they'll hold it against you for destroying a perfectly good dream. Kusanagi stops walking and turns to the commander. The commander cannot see her face clearly in the dark. As I said, you can still turn back. Leave the past behind and live a carefree life here. A drifting cherry blossom petal once again lands on the commander's shoulder. So, what's it gonna be? I want to stay with my dolls, but not here. Not under someone's control. You want to bring them back to the bleak reality? Aren't you scared that they hate you for that? I am, but I'm even more scared of not moving forward. Major, you can't expect someone to make a difficult decision in such a short time. The Major peers wearily into the darkness behind her. Get in the car. Still simmering with questions, the commander climbs into the backseat of the Jeep. Kusanagi floors the gas, and the Jeep bolts forward. With great difficulty, the commander leans forward against a Euler force, pushing them back in the seat as the car accelerates. They hold into Bato and Major's seat for dear life. Can you at least tell me what the objective is? Anything goes, yeah? Then we have a job for you. What job? Take this. Bato hands over a P90 and some of her magazines. The commander takes it in surprise. P90? You mean like my T-doll? P90? I'd take it. I'll take it. Aren't they extremely strict with firearms here? How'd you get your hands on this? Don't be silly. Rules are made to be broken. The commander stows the gun away with mixed feelings and waits for Kusanagi to continue. Now the job. Please explain. You are to escort us safely to a designated location. Me? Escort you? You have your work cut out for you, Commander. Wait, I'm a bit confused. There shouldn't be any danger here, so why would I need to fight? And what's our destination? Are we... As if in response to the commander's question, a burst of bullets streaks past the car. We don't have time for all your questions. Boo. Right. Come on, let's see if you're any good with the gun. The P90 feels almost mesmerizing. The commander caresses its cold frame and aims it at the darkness behind them with practice ease. They're taking the commander there. Let them. Should I intercept them? No. Are you sure? Let the commander go. Humans like finding truth in falsehood, and falsehood in truth. They tend to pick out the most realistic looking artificial flower, and the photo that resembles them believe. I think I understand. If the commander is dead set on learning the truth of this world, then I will forge truth that they want. And I will add embellishment to this truth. A 100 batteries for doing hard mode. Man, I can't believe it's been so many years and doing hard mode still gives shit fucking... God damn. Like, the rewards for doing hard mode had never been good. They really haven't. always been terrible. The fuck is this? Metropolitan slave. Surface the city. Okay. The enemy has also adopted thermal optic camouflage. The enemy units with active thermal camouflage will be difficult to spot from a distance. Additionally, certain skills that target selected nodes will also be rendered ineffective. Okay. What is with this, like, obscene, like, fucking, like, attack power? Why is it so high? For a bunch of civilians? I kind of feel bad, not gonna lie. Whoa, that wasn't bad at all. All right, I see a helipad that, like, I'm clearly, like, not supposed to get to. So of course I'm gonna go and get to it. I am very obviously not supposed to go there. Can't just... Alright, I assume that enemies spawn from here, so, like, I want to get rid of it then. That's what I assume. What is that again? Oh, okay, that's what. Oh, right, only 2. Got it. Okay. Ah, that's fine. I do want, like, extra action points. So, like, I will take the action points. Definitely feels like I'm just killing civilians here. What am I doing? Occupy all those map teleports. Ah, okay. So, I guess, like, the only way for me to get this helipad was just to capture surround it. Which, of course, like, I cheated then. Wait 4 turns to use the parachute ferry. Ain't no one got time for that. Actually, I should probably actually make that machine gun team that gets buffed or debuffs. I should probably just make that team. Because I predict that, like, I might be abusing, Parachute Fury for a bit here. Probably. Luna, A5, Divination, Tarot cards, and all that jazz. Too bad she's not like OP in this game.
はい、やってみます。でも、あまり期待しないでくださいね。
Oh, that's perfect. That is perfect. Oh, I didn't even know this was a thing. Huh. Huh, didn't know that was a thing. That's cool. I don't even know, like, how useful of a feature that would be, but, like, it's cool that that's a thing. Oh, there's an invisible person there. I see them now. I win? Easy. Easy. I see one loss in there. It's like, it only counts a loss because I retreated my squad, since I was like abusing Parachute Fairy mechanics. Because, like, if you retreat them and you bring them back, like, the Parachute Fairy is off cooldown, and it's like, yeah, you still use, like, an action point then to, like, bring them back, but using one action point is still better than having to use, like, 5 action points to, like, you know, to walk or something. Because you're teleporting with the Parachute Fairy. So, like, it's still worth it. In an unknown area in Sector 2Z64, the sound of gunshots has faded into the night. The commander finds themselves in a dilapidated building complex. Where are we? The Labyrinth of Minnows. Who knows what treasure the monster is hidden? Otto. Gotcha. With just a look from the Major, Otto moves ahead to investigate. The commander takes in their surroundings. The desolate sight is like coarse sand revealing by the ebbing tide. The illusion of those blooming cherry blossoms is utterly smashed. Why have you brought me here? You may be an excellent commander, but you're certainly no dictator. You are far too kind and decent for that. Do you know how dictators keep their captives in line? No. They let them believe they are free. So, the dolls and I are all captives in this place. Yes, Your so-called freedom comes with strings attached. What strings? Once you learn the truth behind this freedom, there may be no going back. Then this freedom is no freedom at all, but simply a different kind of enslavement. Indeed. Now let's go. Kusanagi gestures for the commander to come along. They enter one of the run-down buildings, following Bato's footsteps. In an unknown area of Sector 2Z64, the gunshots are still echoing faintly through the narrow corridor. After making sure it is safe, the commander puts down their gun. All clear. Clear. Has the alarm been disabled? Yep, it's an archaic alarm system. Very easy to work with. The defeated faceless people slowly disintegrate into void data and disappear from the great concrete floor. The defenses here aren't all that difficult to deal with. Is this really the place we're looking for? See for yourself. Shimamura and the others must have noticed the commotion over here. It won't be so easy when they get here. The rapid footsteps echo through the corridor, breaking the late night silence. What are we after? The forgotten truth about this world. The key hidden beneath the rug. Major, I'm reading a signal. Stay together. Let's go. Right. The number of plates of each holding cell flashes past the commander's eye, but the holding cells are all empty. The commander dashes down the corridor until there is one last cell at the end. Major, I found the target, but her signal is unstable. I may lose her any second. Perform a hack immediately. Send up a connection now. The commander stops outside the home cell at the end of the corridor. Inside the cramped cell, a familiar girl is sitting against the wall. Her long hair hangs over her face. She looks as if she's just taking an afternoon nap. Boys. Major, the signal is... There's no time. I'm going in directly. The Major plugs Boy's data cable into the port behind her neck. Under the commander's agitated gaze, Boy's frowns and slowly slumps to the floor. Several hours ago, in the command room at the Griffin base, back in reality. After a few minutes of silence, Boyce tries to keep her brow from furrowing and her voice calm. Commander, I still think this plan is too risky. We simply know too little about Sector 2Z64, and Purin is our only source of information. Purin's virus is indeed able to seal the doll's memories, but I'm concerned about the unforeseen problems we could encounter if we went so ill-prepared. I know, but this is urgent. We can't afford to wait any longer. If you're discovered, you have permission to withdraw immediately. But... Understood. Wait, whoa. What's going on here? Okay, I think my controller that I'm using, like, went crazy for a sec. After knocking on the half-open door, Purin enters the command room with a box. Since we're doing this, I will share our key to victory with you. So stop being so glum. The commander is anxious to rescue your dolls, and Boyce is worried that the plan will fail because of risk. You're both working towards the same goal, so why are you at each other's throats? I'm not. Just a bit tired and on edge. I also don't mean to be insubordinate. Don't take this the wrong way. Alright, I'm mistaken. Come on, resources are in short supply, so we need to share this. What's this? Something that always comes in the clutch whenever I find myself in a difficult predicament. Purin opens the lid with a flourish. Ta-da! It's pudding! Why aren't you even a little bit surprised? Purin, you wasted 5 minutes just for pudding? This pudding is super important. Never mind. Just make sure you both eat some. Purin shoves a spoonful of pudding into Boy's mouth with expiration. Eat this, and our plan will go perfectly. Do you believe me, Commander? Yes, I do. She shoves another spoonful into Chimera's mouth. Eat this and promise you'll live a good life no matter what happens. In an old deserted area in the Ministry of Truth, Sector 2Z64. Following the commander's plan, Boy successfully infiltrates Sector 2Z64 with Purin Eski. During Purin's previous infiltration, she has already created a false identity for herself in the system, so all she needs to do is meet up with 433 again. While lying low at her hideout, Boys keeps trying to run simulations of how the plan will unfold, but due to insignificant data as well as limited sources of information, her simulations are inconclusive. Commander, can Purin really be trusted? Why would a stranger we never met go so far from us? Just as Boy's paranoia is about to spiral out of control, a sound can be heard from the end of the corridor. This is a passage in a deserted part of the building. Hardly anyone would ever come this way. It is indeed a secure location. You don't have to worry about being tracked. Boys, come out. Boys peers out from her hiding place. Purin and a familiar figure are standing against the light. Their faces are obscured by shadow. Are you number 390 or 433? I have recovered my memory. Boys, is the commander safe? Yes. Purin looks... Hold on. Purin looks back and forth curiously at the two dolls, who remain tense and motionless despite being completely overcome with feeling. This is supposed to be a touching reunion. Is that all you have to say to each other? Cut the crap. What is the commander's plan? As an elite doll, I never had to ask about the operation plan in the middle of an operation. The commander believes that the abducted dolls have had their real memories sealed the way yours were. Purin has created an alarm clock virus that can help the dolls recover their memory. Our job is to make it spread as much as we can. I remember when Purin infected me with the virus. It only took minutes for it to work. If this virus is so effective, why don't we just infect each doll as we come across them? That's too slow. We'll only break the memory seal on a handful of dolls, and Tetsamaru will be onto it. Besides, every time we help a doll, we'll have to explain the situation to her and make sure she is on board with the commander's plan. I doubt any doll would refuse the commander. But it's undeniable that the commander's plan is extremely risky. If we're discovered, there's no telling what awaits us. It's true, there are too many variables in Sector 2Z64. We can only take a gamble and try to unseal everyone's memories in one go, and put an end to all of it before Tetsamaru can stop us. All in one go. I see. That's why we need to get the broadcast studio. We can connect with all the dolls from there. Looks like I called it. Sector 2Z64 conducts mandatory system-wide upgrades regularly. The next one will be later in the afternoon. During the upgrade, all dolls will be forced to connect with the broadcast studio to be vetted for the system upgrade. So we'll make use of the opportunity, mix the alarm clock into the vetting process and send it out. Wait, mandatory system-wide upgrades. It's essentially a compulsory checkup to make sure that there are no fatal loopholes or viral infections in the doll system. Sector 2Z64 is isolated from the outside, right? Is this kind of vacuum? In this kind of vacuum, why would they? Hearing comes to an abrupt halt. This could be their weakness. Yes? It means that even with the memory seal, the doll's neuroclouds are still unstable and require regular inspection. That would certainly explain the system upgrade. What if they failed the vetting process for the system upgrade? According to Mizukane, they would be taken to Big Brother's room for repairs. They would be released after passing the system upgrade. Repairs? That sounds fishy. Has anyone ever returned from such repairs? Yes. So just so you know, Miss 433, since you sound so self-assured, before I broke your memory seal, more than half of your memories were fabricated. Alright, I'm not absolutely certain, but I do remember a doll who was taken away for failing the upgrade vetting process. Then she came back a few days, looking perfectly fine. Who was it? Ibis. Ibis. If we find Ibis, we must ask her about Big Brother's room. Big Brother's room. It's certainly a key location. That was almost like a hidden boss room in video game. Hush, we're here. 433 opens the door of the broadcast studio using a key, and the trio enter the room. The playback freezes on this frame. Back in the present. In an unknown area in Sector 2Z64, the major points at Purin in the simulation created from Boyce's memory fragment. She strokes her chin thoughtfully with a slight frown. Up to this moment, things were still going according to plan. What are you thinking of, Major? Isaki made quite an important observation here. You mean the instability of the doll's neuroclouds in Sector 264 even with the memory seal? Yeah, she's as astute as ever, zeroing in on their weakness the moment she got there. Big Brother's room is no doubt just as important. We don't have any information about it, but I believe it will prove crucial to breakthrough. Yeah, I agree. The commander redirects their attention to the simulation playback. Kieran is still deep in thought. Back then, you were clearly still. So what made you change your mind? Commander, I'm going to comb through the rest of the boys' memory fragments. Okay. I need to redo... There we go. Okay. Several hours ago, in the broadcast studio on Ministry of Truth, Sector 2Z64, as soon as the door opens, the gloomy, oppressive air spills out from within. The dimly lit room is jam-packed with flickering screens. There's so many surveillance cameras. Yeah, all these feeds are transmitted from the telescreen. Telescreens? Aren't those for communication? What kind of communication port would have to be installed all over the place? Then could they have spotted us already? Took you long enough to realize that, but luckily for you, I've been scrubbing us off the telescreen's feeds along the way. Beautifully done. 433 activates the broadcast system definitely. I was tasked with broadcasting the system upgrade announcement this time. The system upgrade will begin in 10 minutes. We must complete our preparations by then. Kieran, please take care of the security system. Boys, help me with installing the alarm clock virus. Sure. Alright. Huh? Wait, why are you just bossing me around like the commander? Kieran mutters as she walks over to the security system operation terminal. Without her constant jabbering, the entire broadcast studio is now silent. Following the same procedure, 433 sets up a broadcast to announce the upcoming system upgrade, while Boys prepares for the installation of the alarm clock virus. Are you the only doll at the basement now? Yes. Then you're the adjutant on duty. How's the commander doing? It took it pretty hard, but they haven't lost hope yet. The commander is working out a way to rescue the abducted dolls. As an adjutant, your report can't be so ambiguous. What do you mean took it pretty hard? What were their exact bio indicators? Were you also monitoring their mental state? Keeping track of their nutritional intake? Have they been exercising regularly? Such stalkerish behavior is unbecoming of a knight. You know what? She's not wrong. She's actually not wrong. Then you're clearly slacking off. When I get back, I'll strike your name off the next adjutant duty roster. Do whatever you want when you get home. Stop giving me that look. To tell the truth, the commander's mental health hasn't been the best lately. Their eating and sleeping schedule has also been rather erratic. Probably due to their emotional state. Even their command style has become much more aggressive. Do you know what is bothering the commander? They didn't say anything explicitly, but I suspect they might be worried that the dolls, deceived by this beautiful illusion, will refuse to return to reality. If I had known, I would have told the commander about it. You mean the thing that we're preparing? What thing? You know, our... Hey, why are you eavesdropping on us? You didn't seem to be having a secret conversation at such decibels. done? Yep, the security system is surprisingly backwards. I sorted it out in minutes. I even had to browse around their database, but I didn't find anything interesting, sadly. Right, we're basically ready as well. 3 minutes until the system upgrade. Did we start the activation process? Yeah, let's do it. 433 finishes the final setup for the broadcast and turns on the microphone. Number 390 here, all set. Commencing broadcast a system upgrade. The monitors all start showing the faces of an avatar, and a code emotionless voice announces the start of the system upgrade. What else do we need to do? Just wait for the dolls to connect to the system. A comms request from the commander. Kieran, boys, I have located the doll signal. Commander, we are in the process of breaking the memory seal on the dolls. Good. I'm also attempting to retake command. Understood. Remember to have the Major and Mr. Bato be your pathfinders. The trio is just starting to feel a little bit relieved when the line cuts out abruptly. Commander? What's going on? Kieran, are we getting signal fluctuations? Kieran's attention is drawn to the monitors. The alarm clock wasn't transmitted. How is that possible? 433 pulls out the back-end logs to check the execution of their earlier commands. But no matter what she does, the monitors do not react. It is just the same face reading out the announcement emotionally. Why wasn't the system responding to my command? The security system didn't register any errors. What's going on? Can you force quit? I could, but that would draw attention to the broadcast studio immediately. Should we risk it? There are no alternatives. Do it. 433 opens the force quit terminal and presses the button without hesitation. The ear-splitting noise almost shorted the neuroclouds, but the impassive face remains on the monitor. It didn't work. Well, were they onto us all along? The system isn't acknowledging any of our commands. Do we withdraw? The noise is growing increasingly torturous. Boys grabs 433's pale face and shouts at the top of her voice. Get out of here, 433. It's already... All the exits have been sealed. Too late. What? Buy me some time, I'm gonna try. The monitor showing the face suddenly emits a blinding flash. Boys presses her palm against her eyes. Before she can react, another flash burns her eye. What is happening? Trapped in the room and assaulted continuously by what feels like countless flashbangs going off one after another. Boys and Co are utterly incapacitated. Boys, watch out! What? It's Mizukane. Hello, strangers. Boys jumps in surprise, but it's already too late. A soft hand is wrapped around her jaws. The grip is gentle, as if it was just scratching a cat's chin, but Boys might as well have been struck by lightning. Darkness obscures her vision, and the world melts away. And that's what happened. Back in the present. In an unknown area in Sector 2Z64, even from the observer's perspective, the commander cannot tell when exactly Suzuka Mizukane appeared. When they break out in a cold sweat the moment Boys was struck. I didn't expect Mizukane to be so terrifyingly powerful. Most humans are much stronger than ordinary humans, and even humans with prosthetics. Stronger and faster. Boys was taken out in mere seconds. Unsurprised, Piran managed to exchange a few blows with her. Piran is a special kid. The Major slows down the replay in the broadcast studio. Piran, who was not in direct danger, was rushing over to 433 and Boys. Was Piran trying to protect Boys and 433? If Isaki had been alone, he probably would have lasted a bit longer. But with two people to protect, even she wouldn't last much of a chance. The commander recalls a reunion with Piran and 433 in Sector 2Z64. Despite having fought side by side, the two behave like total strangers. After the loud explosion, the playback goes dark. We've learned all we could from this memory fragment. The next one has been remastered. I hope we'll find our answers. Cold, humid air. A cold, hard object on her skin. Cold, bone-chilling eyes. You are awake. Instincts compel boys to draw back from this dangerous being, but the cold manacles are tying her firmly to her chair. Are you afraid? State your identity. Yo, Mika! I see a typo. State Yoru. State your identity and purpose truthfully, and I might just spare you from some hardship. Or should I let 390 speak first? Miss Mizukane, this is all just misunderstanding. Mizukane pulls up the notification interface with a smile. Be grateful for this good news. That has saved you for the time being. Good news? Number 338, take over the interrogation. We have the Griffin commander surrounded. It's about time I showed myself. Yes, ma'am. What? The commander must have stormed the base. Patience. You'll be able to see the commander very soon. The captives glare at Mizukane with gritted teeth as she leaves the prison. Number 388 walks up to Boyd. Let's start with you, comrade. Hey, I've got loads of questions. Number 388 pulls up the interface, casually selects Purin's interrogation chair, and temporarily mutes her. Anything you'd like to say, 390? No. Good. Now we can chat in peace. Please begin your statement. My name is Boys. I searched the database but couldn't find anything about you. This means your presence here is unauthorized. Please answer me. What is your purpose for coming to Sector 2Z64? I'm here to rescue you. Why would we need to be rescued? Because you don't belong here. You're from the Griffin base, just like me, just like her. Griffin base? Your memories have been sealed. 433 also thought she was number 390, but we simply had to. Number 388 also mutes Boys temporarily before returning to 433 with a smile. Number 390, are you also a member of this Griffin base? Is 433 your number in this organization? It's not a number. My name is 433, and yours is Ibis. You still answered to the destination 390 yesterday. What happened in the last 24 hours to have caused such a change in you? I've recovered my real memory. Real memories? Don't you want to know? All of our memory data is false. They don't match up with. Then how do you know those memories were false? And how did you recover your real memory? Not going to talk? That's fine. I'll find out when we perform the system upgrade on you. Number 388 unmutes Purin. I can see that you're bursting to say something. Finally. First of all, I must strongly object to your policy of only letting one person speak at a time. It's extremely unreasonable. Not to mention inefficient, time-consuming. Secondly, it was me who made 433, i.e. number 390, aware of everything that's happened. I gather you're voluntarily confessing your methods. That will certainly lessen your punishment. If you're also willing to turn in your tools, your punishment could be reduced even further. I simply ran a small program. Upload it here. Number 388 pushes an empty storage disk to Purin. After confirming that Purin has initiated the upload, number 388 walks over to 433. While we wait, let's install the system upgrade onto you, number 390. Since you're under suspicion of collaborating with the enemy, I will set up a direct link with you and manually perform the system upgrade. Number 388 leans in front of 433, who is tied to a chair and completely immobilized. Wait, I have one more question! Go ahead. Regarding the system upgrade, under what circumstances would a subject fail the vetting process? The criteria for receiving the system upgrade aren't that strict. We just need to verify that our system is free of any fatal loopholes, and that our database is not infected by any virus. I hear that you failed the vetting process before. That is correct. My neurocloud was attacked by some kind of virus. I kept experiencing visions of things that didn't belong to this world. What sort of visions? Visions of war, artillery fire, dead bodies. We were fighting endless hordes of enemies, filled with despair and exhaustion. Then I was brought to Big Brother's room. The issues with my neurocloud were resolved and I came back. How did they resolve the issues with the neurocloud? I'll admit I'm not entirely. Kieran's upload is complete. Number 388 walks back to Kieran thoughtfully and retrieves the storage, all the while pondering the question. It was so long ago, I don't really remember. You do remember. You've always remembered. You simply don't want to. The virus stored in the storage disk that 388 is holding suddenly surges toward her. She grasps helplessly at Purin and slumps to the floor. For a people's contract, boys can tell that the memories from the past are flashing past the doll's eyes. But she is not sure what those memories would mean to her. In an unknown area in 2Z64, the Major unplugs her cable from boys and puts the inactive doll gently down the floor. That's all the memory fragments we can read for now. The rest are damaged and cannot be viewed for the time being. It'll take time, but they can be repaired as long as the neurocloud remains intact. Isn't that right, Commander? Like an old computer, the Commander is slowly processing the memory data that the Major extracted from the boy's neurocloud. What's your plan? Wait for boys to wake up. And then? I haven't gotten that far yet. Are you not going to carry on your original plan? The memory seal and the dolls are still active. From what we learned so far, Purin and your subordinates have been working hard to execute your plan. We just don't know what happened afterward. That's what's giving me second thoughts. I don't know if they've had a change of heart. Especially Purin. She had been very supportive of the rescue mission. So why is she suddenly? The Commander feels a soft tug on the hem of their coat. Boys? Commander. Are you alright? Yeah. Boy sits up laboriously. Her neurocloud is still clearly a bit scrambled. Where are the others? 433 and Ibis both had their memories sealed again. As for Purin, what about her? Her memories seem to be fine, but her attitude is a bit strange. What does that mean? We'll get back to this later. Boys, what happened to you? What happened after you met Ibis? What caused all this severe damage to you? Ow. Her neurocloud shows signs of numerous hacking and modification attempts. Whoever did this didn't succeed, but they still did quite a number on her neurocloud. She needs repairs, not an energy-intensive search through messy data. They wanted to hook my neurocloud to this place by force, but I wasn't going to let them have their way. Alright, take it easy. There's no time, they'll be here soon. Commander, you got to leave now. Who are they? They come to interrogate me every 6 hours. You must go. Come with us. Can you log out? Don't mind me. Her neurocloud is extremely fragile. Logging out now would be very risky. Besides, her body is still in Shimura's hands. I strongly advise against it. But we can't just leave her behind. I'll stay and bide my time. I'll also try to repair my damaged memory gate. Once you're ready, I'll join you again. Otto looks towards the entrance. They're here. Log out at once, Commander. Commander, Kieran. Kieran will fight for us to the very end. I see. I'll be back for you. I'm counting on it. Alright, so I guess maybe Purin is playing like double agent or something. So, like, she has to, like, I forget how the saying exactly goes, but it's like, in order to fool my enemy, I must fool my friend or something. Like, that's probably what Purin is doing. In the command room of the Griffin base, the Major and Bato observe the commander, who is lying on the augmented reality equipment, seemingly fast asleep. These simulations must be a lot for a human brain to handle. The commander is still stuck in the process of logging out. The commander is a human without any prosthetics, let alone a cyber brain. Just imagine how much strain this puts on them. The side table in the corner suddenly topples over. Oops. Tachikoma? You're finally here. The blue combat vehicle turns off its optical camouflage, revealing its large frame. Major! Bato! I started tracing the connection the moment I received your order, but it was really difficult to get here. How did the investigation go? Oh, I finished compiling the commander's profile. I've even figured out their type. The Major and Bato read through the data shared by Tachikoma. Major, what's the plan now? We're only here to support Asaki. Griffin's business has nothing to do with us. It's entirely up to the commander. Sure, of course. If he has something to say, out with it. The commander is still conflicted. Under these circumstances, they may end up making bad decisions out of frustration and self-pity. I think the commander could use some help. No matter what decision they make, it is up to them and Griffin to bear the consequences. It is not our place to interfere. Whether the commander eventually chooses to give up their dolls or take them back, we just gotta do our part. The Major makes for the door for the commander. Tachikoma, send me a copy of the supply inventory of this base. Okay. The Major's footsteps fade behind the commander's room. Bato, are you really just gonna leave the commander? You've known the Major for a pretty long time, and you still don't understand what she's getting at? Huh? Her point is that we can give the commander a hand, but it is ultimately the commander's call. Oh, I see. Bato slaps Tachikoma in the back. Now activate your optical camouflage and stand by outside. The commander's gonna wake up soon. Stay hidden. Don't let the post-human spot you. Alright, alright. A few minutes later. At last, the commander sits up on the AR chair. They rub their forehead groggily. Where am I? Griffin base, or home turf. Here. Bato hands the commander a bottle. This base looks pretty empty, but you've got quite a stash. Now don't be stingy. We did you a huge favor, you know? Oh, you misunderstand. I just suddenly remembered these drinks were originally procured for tomorrow's evening. What's the occasion? It's a foundation day of the base in Area SO9, the abandoned. Oh, I get it now. That's where you went with our prosthetics before, no? I checked the operation logs on the prosthetic. That base looked like it got nuked to high heaven. Bato. Sorry for running my mouth. Commander, cheers. The crisp sound of clinking glasses cuts through the silence of the base. Huh, pretty decent boots. If only the girls were here. The Major stares pensively into the night from her lonely perch by the window. The quiet room, Bato and the commander sit down across each other. What are you planning to do? You must go back and get boys out of there. What about the other dolls? The commander runs her fingers over the bottle label. The dolls' faces of the group photo on the table look distorted through the glass and the clear liquid contains. I don't know what they want. If you ask me, I want them to come home immediately. But if... Don't tell me you're gonna say. If they are happy in Sector 2Z64, you're gonna let them go? Why not, if happiness is right there in front of you? Bato puts down his glass silently. Bato, this is the commander's business. You have no right to interfere. I know that, of course. But letting go just like that is way too selfish. Selfish? You're making the decision for your subordinates without even bothering to find out what they want. Do you actually know what it is they want? If there's a chance for them to have a happy life, why shouldn't I? It is self-indulgent of you to think you have the right to define what happiness means to someone else. I've looked you up. In just 2 years I've joined this PMC. Your resume has already become far more compelling than what most old veterans can ever hope to achieve. You know better than anyone else what you've gone through. So my question, have you stayed in your job all this time just because it makes you happy? No. Then why are you still here? I have unfinished business and unfulfilled promises. Things are immensely difficult, but I like it here. You know full well. The dolls can also feel the same way, but you're just ignoring that possibility and making the decision for them. I don't want them to suffer so much. I get that. I know a kid who really had it rough. Luckily, she's smart, and she got a PhD at MIT when she was 19. She could have done anything with her life, but she gave it all up and chose to go down the darkest, hardest path. I also wanted her to live a happy and carefree life, but that's not what she wanted. Bato shakes his head and chuckles helplessly as he recalls the girl's stubbornness. The commander downs the remaining contents of their glass and feels the burn in their throat. I understand how that feels. It's natural to want happiness for those you care about. But sometimes we make decisions not necessarily because they will lead us to happiness, but simply because that's what we genuinely want, even if it means causing pain and suffering to ourselves. Right. The two share another drink in silence. The silence once again fills the room. Kusanagi walks over to the window, picks up the bottle on the table, and drains its contents. So, Commander, what are you planning to do? I'm going to rescue Boy. Then I'll proceed with the original plan and rescue the doll's memory. I'll let them tell me what they want. The next day, in an unknown area of Sector 2Z64. At the agreed time, the commander logs into the virtual world to meet up with the major. Good morning, Commander. Please instruct on the operational plans for today. Let's close up the shop for the day. Resting on the day after your grand opening. Are you sure about this? That'll give you some time to do some market research and study how the other shops are run. I'm also a bit tired. I want to take it easy today and have a stroll in the neighborhood. Understood. I will submit a comprehensive report. After ending the call, the commander heads towards their destination. Good morning, Commander. Kieran's sudden appearance behind the commander makes him gasp. Kieran, what are you doing here? I was just passing by, so I thought I'd drop by and see how your new shop is doing. I've heard your conversation with 390. Looks like you're planning on taking a break today. Yeah, Kieran, I decided to. Commander, if your intention is to let Isaki into the plan, you might want to reconsider. What have you decided? I decided to do my job properly. You mean you made up your mind to run the shop in earnest? Yeah. That's wonderful. Kieran grasps the commander's hand in excitement. You finally decided to stay in Sector 2Z64 and be with us forever and ever. How about some pudding to celebrate this? Pudding? Why pudding? Let's have some shredded potato stir-fry in the canteen instead. Ah, she's been brainwashed! Ah, I hate it. I hate it. Your name is Pudding. Your name is Pudding. You want some potato shit? No, get that potato shit out of here. You know what? I would have to hope that this is like a regional thing. Like, if there's like another version of like, you know, of like this this fake paradise, I hope the Asian server has rice. Because I didn't grow up on potatoes, man. I grew up on rice. So I hope rice is the carbohydrate of choice in the Asian server. I still got some urgent work to do today. We'll celebrate later. Okay. Erin skips along, but then she suddenly turns around. Alright, Commander. Have Bato and the Major still not connected to their prosthetics? Huh? Well, apparently someone spotted a big muscular man and a nimble woman sneaking into the mystery of love last night. I was just wondering if it was them. The commander hesitates for a moment. They still haven't made the connection. But even if they could, I wouldn't know where their prosthetics have gone. I see. My job today is to investigate the two suspicious intruders. I don't know what they're after. I just hope they're not here to disturb the peace. After all, the residents here have finally found a quiet sanctuary where they can live simple and ordinary lives. Anyone who tries to store such a world will surely be loathed. Kieran, you used to remember your life before coming here? It wasn't actually that long ago, but somehow it felt like another lifetime. What about the first time we met? Of course I remember. I came right out of Persica's lab after Shimamura and Muzukani. It must have been really scary for you. No, I mean, that time when we really got to know each other and had a chat about the future. Back then, you came out with your key to victory. You won't get anywhere if you keep clinging to the past, Commander. Kieran, what really happened? Anyhow, just be careful, alright? You come across anything suspicious. Kieran leans closer to the commander and smiles at them. You'll let me know, right? You'd better get going. You're right. Now see you later. At the commander's repeated urgings, Kieran finally leaves with reluctance. After double-checking that there's no one behind him, the commander goes on their way to meet up with Major and Bato. Major, are you suspecting Purin? Doesn't hurt to be cautious before you find out what is causing her abnormal behavior. Right. I'm also at the rendezvous point. You're bringing your little tail along? 7 o'clock, behind the white jeep. Sort that out before you come. Mizukane or is it Purin? The Chimera stops in their track, then doubles back as if they'd gone the wrong way. As they approach the jeep, they spot the familiar long white tresses. Why are you following me? Didn't I ask you to? Ping is a fire transfer request from 390. 30G market research compressed folder. I'm sorry for not doing this with your consent, but I need to monitor your biosigns. You're currently logging into Sector Z via simulated cyberbrain, which is still in its testing phase. Ms. Mizukani says that your connection with 2Z64 will gradually deteriorate. That's why I must monitor your sensory data regularly every day. What you experience with the simulated cyberbrain may feel very realistic, but as time goes by, your sensory input will deteriorate. With the cyberbrain, you won't have this problem. What symptoms will I experience when the connection deteriorates? According to the previous experiment reports, it begins with vision loss. Your vision will become blurry, like you're losing pixels. Then you experience hearing loss. Sounds will gradually become more and more distorted, until they sound like compressed sharp ringing. Finally, the last to go will be your sense of touch. Though by the time you reach this stage, your connection would no longer be able to sustain your activities in Sector 2Z64. The commander gazes at the cherry blossoms dancing in the air. Even though they know full well that they are nothing but simulated illusions, they still can't help but be moved by their fingertips when their fingertips touch delicate petals. How long do I have until I start developing these symptoms? The deterioration process has already begun from the very moment you first got here. Don't worry, I'll stay by your side and keep a close eye on your physical condition. You don't have to follow me around. I'd like to be alone for a while. Is there nothing else I can do for you? You've done a brilliant job completing your mission. If I need something now... The commander is just about to turn down 390's offer to help, but they change her mind when they meet her eyes. Restore the doll's memory. Let them tell me what they want. Actually, a question has been nagging me for a while. I'd like to hear your answer. Please go ahead. Yo, we got like the sad music now. Yeah, this is the sad music. If you were given a chance to choose between living in a ruthless reality and an idea of virtual world, which would you choose? A ruthless reality. Number 390 looks around at the clean and peaceful street in perplexity. I imagine if you were living in a chaotic world filled with danger and conspiracy. Right. I was born and grew up in a dark and dangerous world. Then a new world opened its doors to you. It was a peaceful and lovely place. Just like Sector 2Z64. Except it was a virtual world. Now you're given a choice. You could either continue to stay in the dark reality, or you can enter the beautiful virtual world. Which would you choose? Number 390 ponders the question earnestly. He remains silent for a long time. I cannot answer this question. Why not? It would depend on what my life was like in the real world. Whether I had what I wanted, I was happy. And whether the virtual world could give me what I really wanted. Then what is it you really want? Or rather, what is your purpose in life? What's wrong? You don't look very well all of a sudden. Commander. I'm here. What's happening to you? Number 390 just keeps staring through the commander at something far away. The Major and Bato, who have been waiting to regroup with the commander, emerge from their hiding place. What's going on? She's not responding to any commands. Major, why is she suddenly like this? Her neurocloud has crashed. I'm going in. I'm going to assume that, like, the reason for that is because, like, instead of, like, using, like, the virus to unlock her memories, the commander is technically brute forcing it in a way where, like, the commander is trying to force the memories out of her. I mean, he didn't mean to do that, obviously, but by asking her these questions, he basically made her think about it. He made her think about, like, what her life could be, and that probably, like, brought up memories and shit. 50 combat reports? God damn. At least give me, like, 500 or something. Like, the thing is that, like, that's not even a lot either. Like, you get, like, at least, like, 250 a day of combat reports if you just do the combat simulation. Yeah, 50 is nothing. There we go. Like, the server time, like, literally, like, resets, like, in 3 minutes. So, like, I had to do that. This is, Diane? I'm using her fucking real name now. I'm not calling her, like, type 95 no more or whatever. Type 95 and Type 97. Nope. You are Diane and you're Jiangyu. Like, I'm just gonna call them straight up by their fucking names. Alright. Anyway, guys, it's been over 5 hours of stream. I think that's gonna be pretty good for today. I'm also getting pretty hungry, so I'm gonna go make myself some dinner. But as always, thanks guys for hanging out with me for the Friday stream. I will see all ya bitches later for the Saturday stream, which will be later today. And I'll see y'all later.